Marshall Peak, Chapter 4560, Taking a Trip. Hearing him say this, Luan Baifeng grabbed a washbasin-sized black stone and tossed it to Yang Kai. You can try it yourself, but I have no way of verifying it. Yang Kai accepted the black stone from her and weighed it in his hand, discovering that it was not as light as he expected it to be. After squeezing it with some force, no marks or traces seemed to have been left on the piece of black stone. He was considered to be very strong now, so even if it was not crushed, any piece of raw ore would still crack open if squeezed in his hands. However, this black stone was obviously very different in makeup and was also extremely resilient. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai tried to investigate the insides of the black stone, but it actually repelled his divine sense completely, so it was impossible to find out whether something was hidden inside or not. Yang Kai was surprised. Currently, he was in the sixth order open heaven realm, so his divine sense was extremely strong, yet it was still rejected by the black stone. Just what is this thing? After contemplating for a moment, Yang Kai activated his demon eye of annihilation, and his left eye immediately turned into a gold vertical slit. Looking at it now, he could see something different. Inside of the black stone he was holding was the fluctuation of a vague and indistinct pale yellow energy. Seeing this made Yang Kai's heart stir. The demon eye of annihilation worked. Even though he had no way of seeing clearly into the black stone, he could be sure that something was inside of this piece, and it was likely an earth element material. As for what order it was, he had no way of ascertaining that. He would have to dissolve the black stone to find out. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, and alongside the black purgatory eye, they made up myriad demons' heaven's core divine abilities. These were extremely profound eye techniques, and even in myriad demons' heaven, only the most elite disciples were qualified to cultivate them. Yang Kai had obtained his demon eye of annihilation when he was still very weak, and he never knew these secrets either before meeting Tizheng. However, since it was one of myriad demons' heaven's two core divine abilities, the demon eye of annihilation naturally had its own profound traits. Even though his divine sense was unable to penetrate the black stone and assess the situation within, the demon eye of annihilation could break through some of its barriers and penetrate straight into its essence. However, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation was not very high, so he could only vaguely see what was inside. If it were truly someone from myriad demons' heaven who cultivated these secret techniques, then they would obviously be able to have a clearer look inside. His movements did not escape Luan Baifeng's eyes, who was looking at him with some surprise. You cultivate an eye secret technique, too. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and turned to look at her. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It's nothing. Were you able to see anything? No, Yang Kai responded casually. Even though Luan Baifeng could tell that he possessed an eye secret technique, she naturally might not be able to recognize it as a myriad demons' heaven's secret technique, so Yang Kai would not try and explain it to her. However, in order to prove whether or not his ability was right, Yang Kai urged his world force to his palm, enveloping the black stone in it. Rapidly, it shrank in size. With his sixth order open heaven realm cultivation, especially his world force, which was much richer than an ordinary sixth order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was able to dissolve the black stone at a ridiculously fast rate. The wash-basin-sized black stone in his palm completely disappeared before a stick of incense could even fully burn out, and a piece of yellow crystal gradually emerged from it. Luan Baifeng looked on in surprise at it and muttered, "Fourth order earth element. You are quite lucky indeed." Yang Kai casually played with the earth-colored crystal in his hand and said, "What is the probability that a piece of black stone would contain cultivation materials?" "Very small," Luan Baifeng responded. "If you're lucky, then it's about 30%, otherwise, it may not even be 1%. 30% is too low." Yang Kai shook his head. Out of 10 pieces of black stone, at least 7 would be empty. How much time and energy would that waste? That's why I told you that none of the resources here came easy. Did you think this place was really so full of treasures that you could just bend over and find a piece? Luan Baifeng snorted, but then she frowned. What are you even looking for? You have already taken away the stash that I have been gathering for so many years. Is that still not enough for you? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not enough. I still need more 6th order yin and yang element materials. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you are using it for your own cultivation, then you could just refine using 5th order materials. Even though it will be a little slower, 5th order materials are not as hard to find. Why restrict yourself to only the 6th order? She obviously thought that Yang Kai was seeking out so many 6th order cultivational materials for his own use. Yang Kai laughed. Naturally, I can use 5th order materials for my own cultivation, but what if someone needs to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm? Luan Baifeng was taken aback for a moment, and then her eyes widened. How is that possible? How could your void land have so many people advancing directly into the 6th order? It had to be known that any cultivator that could break through directly to the 6th order open heaven realm had hopes of reaching the 8th order open heaven realm one day, so their numbers are extremely limited. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, such disciples only appeared once every 1,000 years or so. Yang Kai had already plundered plenty of 6th order yin and yang element materials from her, which was enough to meet the advancement needs of 10 whole people, so how could he still be needing more? Yang Kai did not bother to explain it since it was useless to say anything. Now that Luan Baifeng had come under his banner, she would naturally understand that he was not just boasting once she saw Voidland's heritage for herself. Don't just stand there, help them out. Get these black stones dissolved and see whether you can find what I'm looking for, Yang Kai called out to her. Even though there were a dozen open heaven realm masters currently working to dissolve the black stones, they were not very efficient. Dissolving these black stones was something that happened faster the higher one's cultivation was, and it was likely related to the potency of one's world force. Luan Baifeng looked at him in disbelief, obviously still shocked by what he just said. There probably won't be any 6th order materials in these black stones. No need to bother. Huh. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? Brushing her hair back behind her ear, Luan Baifeng answered, I've been in the black territory for so many years, so I still have some amount of experience. There are countless ore stars in the black territory, and the deeper the ore star, the greater the chance of it producing higher order materials. The ones we collected here are mainly mined from the ore stars near the outer region, so one would be lucky to even find a 5th order material. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. Yang Kai had noticed it as well. Out of the resources that Luan Baifeng's subordinates found from the black stones here, it was true that the highest one only reached the 5th order, and the amount was very small. He could not help but frown. Then, where did you find the ones in the 6th order, and even in the 7th order? Luan Baifeng explained, naturally, they came from the deeper ore stars. Previously I had several 6th order ore slaves among my subordinates, and those things were mined by them. Unfortunately, no one is able to go into the deeper ore stars since they've passed away, so we are naturally unable to get to them. Yang Kai understood. Is that why you were so eager to intervene when Heavenly Sword Union was stirring trouble in my void land? Luan Baifeng remained silent. Yang Kai stroked his chin. So to say, in order to obtain 6th order materials, there is no other choice but to go deeper into the black territory to mine them. You could say that. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, let's go. What? Luan Baifeng looked at him in shock, seemingly doubting her ears. What are you thinking of doing? We are going to go to the ore stars where the 6th order materials are produced to mine out the black stones. While speaking, Yang Kai reached for Luan Baifeng, grabbing her by the shoulders, then turning around and flying off. Luan Baifeng was agitated and anxious as she shouted, Let me go, I'm not going there. Yang Kai broke out into a fit of laughter. Since you are under my command now, that's not up to you to decide. You bastard! The dozen open heaven realm masters who were hard at work watched dumbfounded as their usually terrifying and overbearing warden was carried away by Yang Kai like a little chick, cursing all the way and disappearing in the blink of an eye. As if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat ran down their foreheads. In the void, Yang Kai enveloped his world force around Luan Baifeng, who was clearly uncooperative, her expression as cold as ice. Do you really need to make a face as if you just lost your parents? We're just going on a mining trip, not to have you killed. Yang Kai laughed. Luan Baifeng answered coldly, naturally, it is because you do not understand the dangers deep inside of the Black Territory. Even after managing this place for so many years, I still dare not say that I know the Black Territory like the back of my hand. There are countless natural arrays in this place. Once triggered, neither you nor I would be able to escape easily. Yang Kai nodded. That is why I will have to depend on you on this journey. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, but if I die here, you will not get away either. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth. I have never met a man as shameless as you before. Inwardly she was drowning in regret. If she had known this would happen, then she would not have told Yang Kai that sixth-order materials could only be found in the deeper or stars. She had moved a rock only to smash her own foot. However, although Luan Baifeng's words were harsh and unpleasant, she was still quite sensible and flexible, otherwise, she would not have surrendered so easily. She knew that she could not resist, so after throwing a small tantrum, she cooperated obediently. She knew that if she were to slack off here, then with Yang Kai running all around the Black Territory triggering the arrays, something bad would happen sooner or later, and then she herself would have to suffer for it. After a half-day's journey, Luan Baifeng suddenly spoke. The area we have arrived at will start to get more dangerous. Do not leave my side no matter the cost. Otherwise, if you were caught up in a powerful array, even I would not be able to save you. Got it? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Then, Luan Baifeng suddenly rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Looking over, Yang Kai saw that her eyes were suddenly glowing with a purple light, exuding a demonic charm. Yang Kai raised his brow. It was not until now that he finally learned that this woman actually cultivated an eye secret technique, too. That was the reason why she said what she did when she saw him use the demon eye of annihilation. She must have noticed Yang Kai's gaze because Luan Baifeng explained, I was born with this eye secret technique, I did not cultivate it. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it seems to have a natural advantage in deciphering arrays. Yang Kai was enlightened, so that is how you became so proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Luan Baifeng's eye secret technique had a natural advantage when it came to cracking arrays, and having lived in this black prison for so many years, observing and emulating the many natural arrays in this place, even someone unlearned in the Tao of Spirit arrays would be able to grow into a master in time. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted, how else do you think a poor little girl can survive in the 3,000 worlds alone? A little girl? Yang Kai could not stop himself from laughing. Luan Baifeng glared menacingly at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4561, Inner Region or Star. Luan Baifeng had been active in the Black Territory for many years, and though she could not say that she knew this place like her own backyard, she was still much more familiar with it than Yang Kai. Under her guidance, their journey progressed without incident. While following the woman, Yang Kai also brought out his demon eye of annihilation, so he could keep an eye on the situation around them. Sure enough, the demon eye of annihilation was amazing. Yang Kai could obviously see traces of some arrays around them, but since he was not proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, he could only see them, unlike Luan Baifeng who could not only see them but could also see the appropriate method in cracking them. Several times, Luan Baifeng clearly led him into a natural array, but mysteriously, they did not trigger. After moving forward a while longer, a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Under the guidance of that aura, Yang Kai could feel the world force inside of his small universe leaking out. Yang Kai made an exclamation of surprise and quickly shut his small universe, but it was to no avail as world force continued spilling out from his body. It's useless. Clearly, Luan Baifeng noticed his actions. The first danger of the black prison is the arrays you can find everywhere, but the second is this strange aura. Once enveloped by this aura, No matter what order the Open Heaven Realm Master is in, they can't stop their world force from flowing out of their bodies. Right now, we are only at the edge of where we come in contact with this aura. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura becomes, and the faster our world force leaks out. I would advise you to start replenishing yourself now. Otherwise, the further we go, the more difficult it will be. Saying so, she grabbed a handful of Open Heaven pills and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them down and silently refining them. Xianxia nodded lightly, but he did not take her words too seriously. Right now, even though the world force inside of his body was leaking, it was at a very low rate, so he could ignore it for now. What was more, he also wanted to know what was going on with this aura, and why such changes would happen in his body because of it. He calmed his mind and tried to search for an answer, but came up empty. However, he was reminded of his experience in the shadowless cave heaven. There was a formless astral wind that he encountered there, the essence of which was a powerful divine ability that swept across the entire shadowless cave heaven. Occasionally, it blew through the shadowless cave heaven and entered the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside, wreaking havoc with their world force and shaving it away. Unlike the strange aura found in the Black Prison, the formless astral wind could be regarded as a gush of a foreign power that entered one small universe and ground down some of the small universe's heritage. The situation here in the Black Prison was that the heritage of one small universe would constantly leak away. In the shadowless cave heaven, Xianxia relied on his towering evergreen to resist the formless astral wind, but he had no idea whether this element divine manifestation would have any effect on the situation in the Black Prison. With this in mind, Xianxia immediately released his towering evergreen, and a vibrant green light emerged, brimming with rich vitality. The ancient tree appeared and its branches hung low, wrapping around both Luan Baifeng and himself. As soon as this secret technique was used, the strange aura that had been surrounding them in the void was kept at bay, and the leakage of world force from their small universes also stopped. It worked! Xianxia was overjoyed. As he expected, the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was truly extraordinary. Not only could it stop the encroachment of the formless astral wind, but it was also able to keep out the strange aura that filled the void. However, when he thought about it, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure of an exceptionally high order, so it was not strange for it to have such amazing effects. Now, a big problem of theirs was solved. What did you do? Luan Baifeng looked at Xianxia, eyes wide in shock. She could clearly feel the change in herself during that instant. The world force which had been slowly pouring out of her body suddenly stopped escaping. She could not even feel the strange aura anymore. Isn't this divine manifestation supposed to only heal? Previously, Xianxia had also used the towering evergreen to heal her injuries after she had been burned by his golden crow's true fire. Now, it seemed like this divine manifestation may not be as simple as just a mere healing method. For years, she had been trying to find a solution to the strange aura that was omnipresent in the Black Prison, yet she never found a single clue. She did not expect that she would be able to find such a miracle in Xianxia on this day. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also be used defensively. Xianxia gave a simple explanation. Luan Baifeng looked at him with bright eyes. How long can you hold this divine manifestation for? Does it consume a lot of energy? Xianxia chuckled. If it's only to cover the two of us, then it does not consume much energy. I should be able to keep it going for a long time. Right now, as he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, his heritage was also mighty. Being limited to just a small area, the towering evergreen did not consume too much of his strength to maintain, to the point it could even be called negligible. What was more, he had countless Open Heaven pills inside of his space ring, so it was not like he was unable to replenish what he was consuming. Luan Baifeng looked at him with complicated eyes. The problem that had been bothering her for hundreds of years was finally resolved today, so naturally, it would not be right to say that she was not ecstatic. Only, once she remembered the current situation she was in, as well as her status, that joy dimmed considerably. After all, even if she could mine the ore stars deeper within the Black Territory now, Whatever she could find would still belong to someone else and have nothing to do with her. Her mood suddenly plummeted, and she stayed quiet during their journey, simply using her eye's secret technique to check for the spirit arrays that surrounded them, continuously leading Yang Kai forward. Half a day later, Luan Baifeng said, "Another hour more and we will be reaching the no man's land. My subordinated or slaves were unable to stay there for long, so it has been many years since anyone has gone to mine the ore stars there." Yang Kai nodded. "Is that where all the 6th order and 7th order materials were mined?" "Most of them are. Of course, a few pieces were found in the outer region. Even though the ore stars on the outside are a little lacking in terms of their output, finding 6th order materials is not impossible, just very rare." Yang Kai turned to look at her. "I heard that the ore slaves under your subordination are either captives or prisoners of war. In that case, they must not be loyal to you, so how can you ensure that they will not pocket any of the resources they find?" Luan Baifeng was frank. World force must be consumed in order to mine the ore stars. Subsequently, just going deep inside the black prison would mean that their world force is constantly being depleted, so where would they have the spare world force to dissolve black stones once they got there? What's more, even if they did secretly dissolve some black stone, they are still not guaranteed to find anything. Since that's the case, it's better for them to exchange for open heaven pills from me using the black stone that they've mined. If they're lucky enough and mine enough black stone, it's completely possible for them to exchange enough open heaven pills for their own use. It did make sense. The black stones may not necessarily contain anything, and the ore slaves would have to spend a lot of effort dissolving even one piece while there was a high chance of getting nothing in return. For the ore slaves that live here in the black prison, every last thread of world force was extremely precious to them. As for running away, there was little hope of that happening. The black territory was surrounded by natural arrays. If they were to accidentally trigger one of them, then the chances of surviving were slim to none. Even compared to the shattered heaven, this black prison was no less dangerous. While they spoke, Luan Baifeng looked up ahead and declared, "We're here. That ore star ahead is the deepest one that my ore slaves have been able to mine so far. No one has ever reached deeper before." Looking over, Yang Kai saw a dark ore star floating in the void. This ore star was truly not small, even bigger than the star boundary itself. Like all the ore stars in the black territory, it was filled with cracks and pits without any vitality. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a certain spot on the ore star, and at first glance, he was able to see the traces left behind from a previous mining expedition. Obviously the work of the 6th order or slaves that were here long ago. However, even 6th order open heaven masters could not survive long in this environment. In the months and years they spent mining, their world force never ceased escaping their bodies, weakening the heritage of their small universes. In the end, their small universe collapsed, leading to their deaths. What are you planning to do now? You're not planning to mine black stone here, are you? Luan Baifeng looked askance at Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "Do you have any other good ideas? If not, then get to work. Don't tell me that you don't know how to mine after living here in the black prison all these years." Luan Baifeng was furious. "You ran all the way here just so you can mine black stone yourself? Are you stupid? Even if you did manage to gain anything out of this, it's hard to guarantee you'll be able to get your 6th order yin-yang element materials." Yang Kai stroked his chin in thought. "What you say makes sense, but there's one part where you're wrong." "Where?" Luan Baifeng frowned. "You'll be the one mining black stone, not me." Yang Kai wagged his finger in front of her eyes. Luan Baifeng blinked and gawked. "Then what are you going to do?" Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, "Supervise." Luan Baifeng's lungs were about to explode from anger. "Keep dreaming. You may kill me, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. Hurry up and get to it. You know you can't go against my orders, so why make a fool of yourself?" Luan Baifeng glared viciously at him with eyes that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. It was clear that she was not willing to compromise on this issue. However, when Yang Kai took out the loyalty list and gave the order, She had to mine regardless of how reluctant she was. While exerting her divine abilities without restraint, sending debris flying everywhere, she cursed through her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. There were a number of ways to mine black stone on an or star, and Xianxia quickly understood after watching for a while. Since the black stone itself can block the probing of one's divine sense, it was easy to see where they were just by spreading out one's divine sense. Wherever the divine sense was being blocked, that was where the black stone was located. Then, using secret techniques, as long as one controlled their strength, they could simply blast apart the surrounding rock to obtain black stone. Luan Baifeng was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so she was naturally efficient at mining black stone. Even though Xianxia said he was going to supervise, he wasn't being serious. After observing and studying what Luan Baifeng was doing for a while, he also began mining. Only then did Luan Baifeng's anger subside slightly. Now, with their united strength, it took only a short 3 days for them to mine 100 pieces of black stone. According to Luan Baifeng, her or slaves would be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of black stone in a single day in a place like this. Usually, they would only come away with a couple of pieces per trip, or even less. Out of 100 pieces, at most 30% would contain anything, while most of the black stone was empty, so Xianxia just tossed them aside. In the end, Xianxia harvested 27 materials from different orders. Martial Peak, Chapter 4562, Sudden Thought. You can see inside the black stone? Luan Baifeng looked in shock at Xianxia. The two of them had mined over 100 pieces of black stone after working for 3 days, most of which Xianxia tossed after just a glance. In the end, only 27 pieces were left behind, and all of them contained cultivational materials without exception. That only proved one thing. This is impossible. Still refusing to believe her eyes, Luan Baifeng grabbed a piece of black stone that Xianxia had thrown aside. This piece of black stone was only the size of a palm, not very large. Circulating her world force around it, it took only a few moments to dissolve the black stone, but there was nothing inside. Are you truly able to see into the black stones? With the facts now placed before her eyes, Luan Baifeng had no other choice but to believe it. What exactly is that technique that you're using? Xianxia did not answer. He only frowned. Even though he had obtained 27 pieces of cultivation materials, Luan Baifeng was right. The order of the materials produced on the deeper or stars were slightly higher than on the outside, as 3 pieces were in the 5th order. It was unfortunate that they were unable to find any 6th order materials, much less any 6th order yin or yang element materials. Luan Baifeng, on the other hand, cheered up unexpectedly. If you truly can see into the black stones, then it will save a lot of time, and the rate of our output will be increased. However, Xianxia shook his head. It's too slow. Luan Baifeng was surprised. You still think it's too slow? How fast do you want it to be? Xianxia told her, you and I have been working here for 3 days, and this is all we got. It is simply not worth the effort. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you want to get materials of the 6th order yin and yang elements, then it will naturally depend on your luck. You don't expect this or star to be full of the materials you need, do you? Naturally, I never thought so. Xianxia shook his head with a frown. This is just different from what I expected. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment. Then, she pointed into a certain distance. Perhaps you can bring your search to an even deeper or star. The one we are standing on now is the farthest my subordinated or slaves have ever reached. We never went deeper, but there is no saying that the materials found in the black stones that are found in the or stars even deeper won't be of higher order. Xianxia looked in the direction where she pointed, only to see the void littered with countless or stars of all different sizes. After some thought, he shook his head. No need. The mining speed with only the 2 of us is too slow. Who knows when we will be able to find the things I need? This won't do, that won't do. Luan Baifeng was inexplicably angry. Then why don't you go back and bring my or slaves here to mine? With your divine manifestation protecting them, They won't die in a short amount of time no matter how low their cultivation is. It should be enough to do something at the very least. Yang Kai shook his head. Luan Baifeng's suggestion was even less feasible. He could probably shelter a couple dozen more without any trouble. However, it would be impossible for him to shelter all of her or slaves. It would consume too much energy if he had to maintain his divine manifestation for a long time. What was more, it was impossible for him to stay here forever, sheltering the Or slaves using towering evergreen. He had no idea what the situation in Voidland was right now, so he had to return as soon as possible. Right now, he had already obtained enough materials for 10 people. Including the 3 sets he had back at Voidland, they had enough resources to meet the needs for 13 people to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps he could return for now before waiting slowly for the Black Prison to mine more resources. If he was lucky, then he might be able to find more of the materials that he needed. However, that thought only entered his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Luan Baifeng had already told him that her personal collection of resources were basically mined from this or star that they were standing on long ago. The rate of any 6th Order materials appearing in the outer or stars was simply too low. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that his way of thinking was too naive. As he was about to leave, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look into the void. Luan Baifeng looked over in confusion and saw Yang Kai frowning at first. Then his expression changed. Seemingly having thought of something, his spirit was lifted. You? Luan Baifeng eyed him warily. Yang Kai grinned. Of course. Bringing the Or slaves over is too troublesome, and there's no way I can shelter them forever. However, we can bring an Or star back instead. Luan Baifeng was dumbfounded by his whimsical idea, and she narrowed her eyes at him and asked for confirmation. Bring in Or star back. Yang Kai was inspired though and explained excitedly, this strange aura does not exist in the outer region of the Black Prison. At least, not the place where you usually live. If we can bring out N or star from the depths, then it can be mined without fear, and we would not have to worry about our world force leaking out. You must be crazy. Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai as if she were looking at a fool. Why don't you take one back and show me then? How would we know that it's impossible if we don't try? Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and observed the situation ahead. I noticed it when we arrived here, but there are both big and small or stars in the Black Territory. Naturally, there's no need for us to even consider bringing back the larger ones, especially since we might not even be able to move them. However, if we could find one at just the right size, we could bring it back. Wait, you're not joking? Luan Baifeng was convinced that Yang Kai was serious now, and she was dumbfounded by that. Who's joking with you? While saying that, Yang Kai circulated his world force and wrapped it around Luan Baifeng, heading deeper into the void. Since he was determined to bring back an Or star, then naturally, the deeper it came from, the better. That was because the boon was richer and the order of the materials was higher the deeper the Or star was. All along their journey, Luan Baifeng maintained a dumbfounded expression. She could hardly keep up with Yang Kai's whimsical way of thought. After countless years of living in the Black Prison, she had never once considered bringing an Or star from the depths of the Black Prison back to the outer periphery, not because she had never thought of this idea, but because it was impossible. Even with her strength in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, it was difficult to stay in these depths for long, not to mention the fact that the Or stars were generally humongous. Who could carry them away? But not only did Yang Kai have that idea, he was even prepared to give it a try. On the way, Yang Kai was constantly muttering, this one's too big, we probably won't be able to take it back, but this one's too small. It will not last long even if we bring it back. It's simply not worth it. Why isn't there one that's neither too big nor too small? Annoyed by his constant babbling, Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. It was not known how long they flew through the Black Territory's depths, but Yang Kai was unable to find a suitable target. Then, at a certain point, a strange aura suddenly penetrated towering Evergreen's defensive barrier, instantly enveloping the two of them. Both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng grunted in unison. They could feel the world force inside of their small universe flow out of them like a broken floodgate. Luan Baifeng's face changed dramatically. Yang Kai was also shocked at the sudden change and quickly stopped in his tracks before retreating backwards for 1,000 kilometers. Still horrified at their encounter, both of them exchanged glances. Luan Baifeng was first to break the silence as she asked hesitantly, "What just happened?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, when he checked, 10% of the heritage of his small universe had been drained away in that brief moment. Even though he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was faring, she must have suffered much more than he did, because even her face had gone slightly pale at this moment. Her aura was unstable, and it was obvious that she had just lost a lot of strength. Is it that your divine manifestation is unable to stop the encroachment of that aura anymore? Luan Baifeng asked tentatively. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. If that were the case, then the world force in our small universes would still be flowing out right now. But just now, just recalling what happened made Luan Baifeng shudder. The experience was simply too frightening. Under the envelopment of that aura, she could not help but get the illusion that she was powerless to resist and would be drained of all her strength within a few breaths. Yang Kai looked into the distance. There must be a critical point that if we pass, even my divine manifestation won't be able to defend against the Black Territory's power. He shook his head. We can't go any deeper than this. This is my limit. If we go any deeper, then both of us will die. He felt shocked inside. What exactly was the strange aura that was present in the Black Territory that even the divine manifestation he cultivated from the immortal tree's essence was unable to resist against it? It had to be known that his towering evergreen could even pass through the formless astral wind without issue, but could this aura actually be even more dangerous than the innate divine ability of the formless astral wind? You've been in charge of this place for so many years, how could you not know what is inside the Black Territory's depths? Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng shook her head. Without you, it would be impossible even for me to reach this deep. It seems like there's a big secret hidden inside of this Black Territory. Yang Kai sighed. However, no matter what might be hidden up ahead, Yang Kai would naturally not step over the line again now that he knew where it was. It would not be too long to wait until his cultivation was higher to explore the secrets hidden deep inside of the Black Territory. You should recover your energy for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable or star. I might need your help when that time comes, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng did not stand on ceremony and took out handfuls of open heaven pills, swallowing them as she began refining them in order to make up for what she lost just now. Even though Yang Kai also lost some energy, his heritage was much greater than Luan Baifeng's, so losing that much energy did not impede him from continuing his search. He traveled in all directions, constantly searching. However, he searched and searched, but still could not find a suitable or star. All of them were either too large, making it too troublesome to take them away, or too small, making it not worth the effort to begin with. 2 days later, when Luan Baifeng opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosier. Obviously, she was able to recover some of her strength. Did you find anything? She looked at Yang Kai and asked. Even though she had been meditating in order to restore her energy this whole time, she was not completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She could sense all of Yang Kai's movements the past 2 days, and she could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had come to some sort of decision. Here, come and take a look with your eye secret technique. What sort of spirit array is that? Yang Kai pointed to a certain direction in the void. He could see that there were traces of an array using his demon eye of annihilation, but his proficiency in the Tao of spirit arrays was not high enough to determine what type of array it was. Luan Baifeng immediately activated her eye technique, and after studying it for a short moment, she said, "It should be an illusion array." An illusion array. Yang Kai frowned. Then, he brought her to another place and pointed to the void in the front. What about this one? Luan Baifeng observed it for a moment before responding, "This is a trapping array." Yang Kai shook his head and brought her to another place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4563, Power of the Killing Array. This is a killing array and I can't decipher it, we'd better stay away from it. If we get caught up in it, then it would be disastrous for both of us. A purple light flowed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she observed the area in the distance. However, Yang Kai seemed cheerful to hear her answer, "This is it." Saying so, he dragged Luan Baifeng along and flew off into the distance. "What are you trying to do?" Luan Baifeng could not resist the urge to ask. Previously, Yang Kai had the whimsical idea of bringing Bakken or Star with him, and now he was looking for a specific spirit array for some reason. The way his thoughts jumped around was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai replied casually, "Most of the ore stars here are too large for the two of us to bring back alone, so we have to think of another way." As they were talking, the two of them arrived before an ore star. Luan Baifeng looked at the ore star and sneered, "So your idea is to bring such a small one back? Fine. This one is small, but it will take about a month to mine. Maybe we can get something good out of it." Yang Kai did not speak and just took a deep breath. Even though air did not exist in this void, Yang Kai's chest still swelled up from his actions. A dragon roar suddenly reverberated in Luan Baifeng's mind, and dragon pressure spread out, which shocked her greatly. After that, a crackle could be heard and Luan Baifeng could not help but feel her vision lifting constantly. There, in plain view, she saw Yang Kai covered in a golden light, and in a very short amount of time, he transformed into a literal giant. He had dragon scales from head to toe, sharp dragon claws, and a swaying dragon tail. A dragon beard fluttered under his jaw, and there were even 2 dragon horns growing atop his forehead. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her chest like a giant mountain, making her tremble with unease. Luan Baifeng's vision could not help but freeze. Before this giant that stood several thousand meters tall, Luan Baifeng simply felt as little as an ant. Yang Kai looked down at her and leaned down slightly, extending a giant dragon claw to her and shouted majestically, "Climb up." Looking at the claw, which was countless times larger than her own body, caused Luan Baifeng to gulp regardless of her tough mental fortitude. Stiffly, she raised her feet and stepped onto Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai straightened up again and gently placed Luan Baifeng on her shoulder before urging, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Luan Baifeng immediately grabbed onto one of the raised dragon scales on Yang Kai's shoulder and nodded repeatedly, just like a naive but docile little girl. Without the shelter of Yang Kai's wood-element divine manifestation in these depths, it would not take long for the world force to be drained from her body entirely, so there was no need for Yang Kai to command her as she would stick close to him regardless. However, Yang Kai's actions gave her a vague awareness that he was going to be doing something big soon. And that was exactly what happened. Hot dragon breath blowing in and out of Yang Kai's nostrils, he shook his head faintly and stretched out his hand, summoning a spear into it. The azure dragon spear had also become incomparably large at this moment. With a light shake of the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai circulated his energy and thrust the spear out towards the small ore star. The void shook as dazzling spear light erupted out. Luan Baifeng even wondered whether the ore star would immediately shatter into pieces under this thrust. However, Yang Kai clearly did not mean to blow up the ore star before him. So, he thrust his spear with just enough force that when it was applied to the ore star, the latter shook violently and began moving forward. All the ore stars in the Black Territory were stationary relative to each other, yet Yang Kai's power had been so violent in that moment that it was enough to push forward an ore star of such a scale. However, the speed was not very fast. Yang Kai followed the ore star and thrust his spear forward again. Again and again he prodded the ore star with his spear, and the repeated blows made the small ore star go faster and faster. Luan Baifeng could clearly see that Yang Kai was not only pushing the ore star forward with his own strength, but also adjusting the direction of its advancement. Surprised, she looked up to see a massive ore star up ahead. It was obstructing Yang Kai's path, so if this went on, then the 2 ore stars would collide sooner or later. Luan Baifeng suddenly came to her senses. Are you trying to break apart that big or star using this smaller one? After gaining an understanding of what he was trying to do, Luan Baifeng could not help but feel shocked by Yang Kai's crazy ideas. This was a method she had never thought of before. Of course, she did not have the means to even execute it either. It was not worthwhile to bring a small or star back with them, and they could not move the large or stars. However, if the big or star can be broken into smaller pieces, then it might be just right for him. Under Yang Kai's successive pushes, the small or star was able to reach a certain speed. Suddenly, he collected his spear and stopped in place, looking ahead and shaking his head. The size difference between them is too great. The larger or star won't be broken by it. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you knew that, then why are you still wasting your effort? Yang Kai grinned, but he did not explain. As if to verify Yang Kai's words, the small or star soon collided with the surface of the large or star. There was no sound, but they could see a huge circle of dust rise up from where they collided as the small or star was shattered by the impact. A huge crater had also appeared on the surface of the large or star that was surrounded by cracks. Under the transmission of such a terrifying force, the large or star, which had been sitting still in the void, began moving forward at a considerable speed. It worked. Yang Kai's brows were raised in joy. What worked? Luan Baifeng did not understand. However, when she looked up again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The direction that it was going was exactly the large killing array that she identified before. So that's what you're trying to do. Luan Baifeng finally understood. Yang Kai's series of actions confused her, and it wasn't until now that she finally realized what he was trying to accomplish. She could not help but frown. Are you so sure that the killing array will work? Yang Kai shook his head. There's no way to be sure, but we have to try regardless. Naturally, it would be for the best if it worked, but otherwise, we can just bring back a small or star. It's better than nothing. Since he had already said so, Luan Baifeng had no choice but to listen. The large or star did not move nearly as fast as the small one. Despite the force transferred onto it from the collision earlier, it was still a very large or star, so it was naturally impossible for it to gain much speed from that. In the vastness of the void, it did not seem that far away from the killing array, but it still flew for several hours before slowly arriving at its destination. Luan Baifeng activated her eye secret technique with interest and began observing the situation. Regardless of Yang Kai's ultimate goal, she was very interested in the spirit arrays located deep within the Black Territory, and she wanted to know what sort of magnificent sight would erupt from it when something triggered it. Perhaps she could take this as an opportunity to explore the profound mysteries of the spirit arrays located in these depths. Yang Kai was also paying close attention. His goal was to bring back one of the Or stars here, but since he could not take back one that was too large, he had to find a way to make it smaller. In the end, whether his goal could be achieved or not, he was not very sure. He only hoped that the might of the killing array was not too much, but also not too weak either. Under the careful observation of the two, the large or star finally rushed straight into the killing array's range. Lights of all colors suddenly emerged in the clearly empty void. At the same time, both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng could clearly feel a destructive aura releasing from inside the killing array. It was as if a sleeping dragon was disturbed by an unexpected guest and awakened from its slumber in a rage. Silently, the large or star seemed to suffer an indescribable blast. Dust rose up from the surface as large swaths of the surface were shredded off. One after another, long cracks spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air. The entire Or star shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye as every inch of its surface was attacked indiscriminately. As the Or star traveled deeper, the power of the killing array was stimulated further. The energy fluctuations coming from that place grew stronger and more terrifying by the moment. The Or star was becoming smaller and smaller, and in just a dozen breaths of time, it had shrunk by a large amount. Inside of the killing array, the barren mountains and land separated from the Or star drifted about and were ground into dust under the destructive force. Luan Baifeng's face was slightly pale, and the purple light flowing in her eyes had also reached its brightest point. She muttered to herself, "Incredible. This power. It's simply unfathomable." Yang Kai also had a very solemn expression at this moment. Even though Luan Baifeng always stressed that the arrays present deep within the Black Territory were very strong, it wasn't until now that he understood just how much he underestimated them after seeing it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying killing array would kill even him in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly, a bright light blossomed. Just like a stunning sword wave, it cut through the Or Star and disappeared in a flash. But what shocked Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng was the fact that the entire Or Star had been split into two after the light passed through it. The Or Star was actually split apart. One side was clearly bigger than the other, but the cut was still almost clean. The larger part was about 70% of the Or Star, while the smaller part made up the rest. The cut was so neat and smooth that it seemed as if it had been sliced with a knife. The killing array was still in full bloom, so the two halves of the Or Star continued to shrink in size. It took a while before the explosive force of the grand array slowly subsided. The killing array has been exhausted. Luan Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai could sense it too. Even though his demon eye of annihilation had no way of discerning what type of spirit array was, he could still detect some of its traces. The traces of the killing array that previously existed there had been extinguished, which undoubtedly meant that it had been destroyed. However, the price it paid was that the huge Or Star was worn down and cut into two pieces. However, this was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see, so everything was still going according to plan. Martial Peak, Chapter 4564, Return. Maintaining his half-dragon form, Yang Kai rushed to the larger half of the Or Star and pressed the tip of his azure dragon spear to one of its sides, shouting, "Help me!" Luan Baifeng understood what he wanted to do and shifted over, raising her hand to press the end of the azure dragon spear to give Yang Kai a boost. The Or Star had been split into two after it fell into the killing array's range. Yang Kai did not bother with the smaller half and allowed it to float about freely. Perhaps its fate was to end up in one of the other arrays, eventually being reduced to nothingness. The remaining piece was the larger one. After being cut and shaven down, it was less than half of the original size of the Or Star, but it was just perfect for them to bring back. In his half-dragon form, Yang Kai possessed immense physical strength, but even with Luan Baifeng's added help, it still took them a lot of effort in order to change the Or Star's direction of movement. After a few moments of continuous pushing, Yang Kai said, "It's almost there." While saying that, he landed on the Or Star in a flash while bringing Luan Baifeng along, allowing the Or Star to fly forward. He did not dare to speed up the pace that the Or Star was moving at further. After all, there would be many arrays on their way back. He still had to adjust the direction at certain points, and if the Or Star was moving too quick, then it would be too late to stop it if a dangerous array were to appear in front of them. Yang Kai took out some open heaven pills, swallowed them down, and refined them in order to restore his strength, all the while looking thoughtfully behind him. Luan Baifeng was also focused on recovering her strength. Even though she only exerted a little bit of energy from beginning to end, it still took a lot of effort in order to change the trajectory of the broken Or Star. "What are you looking at?" Luan Baifeng followed Yang Kai's gaze and asked curiously. Though he bordered on what she would define as crazy, she held much admiration for Yang Kai after seeing what he was able to achieve. If everything went well, then it would take less than a month for them to bring this broken piece of Or Star back to the outer periphery. Then she could bring her or slaves over to mine the black stones in peace. However, Yang Kai was perhaps the only person who could achieve such a feat, as for others, they may not be able to do it even if they were in the high-rank open heaven realm. Before meeting Yang Kai, she had never seen anyone that was able to stop the encroachment of the strange aura present in the Black Territory before. Your attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are not low. Were you able to discover anything from that killing array just now? Yang Kai released his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original form. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly, "Did you see something?" If I could see something, then why would I still have to ask you? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. However, I have the nagging feeling that the killing array was not as simple as it seemed. That light at the end looked very much like a sword wave. A sword wave? Wan Baifeng was stunned. She had an expression of uncertainty. You're not trying to say that killing array was man-made, are you? Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully, if that truly was a sword wave, then I'm afraid it might be man-made. Impossible. Wan Baifeng shook her head. The might of that killing array is too terrifying. Who would be able to set such a terrifying spirit array? And even if it were man-made, who would have the time to do something so meaningless? Don't forget, there are natural arrays present all throughout the Black Territory. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. There are so many arrays that, if someone truly did arrange one here, it would be shocking indeed. After a pause, he added, and also, you have been staying here for so many years, yet you have never understood what this strange aura that fills the Black Territory is, correct? Luan Baifeng did not deny it. I tried to study it at first, but I couldn't figure out any clues. Yang Kai frowned. I heard before coming here that this black prison was a natural prison. Is that a rumor that spread after you took over this territory, or has that been around since the beginning? It has been called that since long ago. It has nothing to do with me being here. Luan Baifeng also frowned. What are you trying to say? Yang Kai looked pensive. I'm not sure either, but since the saying that this black prison was a natural prison had been circulated since a long time ago, if this place truly was a prison, were any prisoners held here in the past? Then, could it be possible that those natural arrays that we saw are actually? Luan Baifeng shuddered. Don't say any more. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Yang Kai chuckled. What are you worried about? We're just having a casual chat. Of course, these are all just speculation and do not mean anything. Luan Baifeng's face looked grim. If it truly was as you said, then what kind of prisoners are being held in the depths of the black prison that requires so many layers of arrays to restrict them? How terrifying must their cultivation be? Yang Kai stroked his chin in thought. That is true. If there truly existed someone so terrifying, then there was no way that they would be captured. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Luan Baifeng looked deeply at him and suddenly burst into a fit of anger. Are you trying to scare me? Yang Kai snickered. You yourself have small guts and you're trying to blame others? Without waiting for Luan Baifeng to snap back at him, he ordered, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and watch the front. If we accidentally crash into an array, it would be too late to cry then. You're the one who's going to cry. Luan Baifeng was pissed, however, despite how she reacted, she still activated her eye's secret technique and looked towards the void in front. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of arrays of all different types, but whether it be Yang Kai or Luan Baifeng, they both had eye's secret techniques that could detect their presence early on, so they were able to change the direction of the ore star in advance. Though the journey ahead was fraught with trouble, they did not encounter any actual risk. A full month later, the two finally returned to the outer periphery of the Black Territory. The main reason it took so long was because they did not dare to speed up the ore star too much in case there were any incidents that they were unable to deal with in time. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to stop the ore star just 10,000 kilometers away from the main Shattered Spirit Province, despite it already having lost half of its initial speed during their trip. As soon as the ore star was in place, Luan Baifeng sent out a command. An incense stick of time later, Xen Peng led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters over. After landing on the broken or star fragment, all of them were shocked beyond words. They had been living here for countless years, so they knew well what the situation was like in the outer periphery. However, it had been many years since any unmined or star had existed in this outer region. All of them have been mined beyond recognition, and some had even shattered into dust. So, the sudden emergence of a craggy or star was naturally surprising. Warden, this is... Xen Peng looked around curiously and confirmed that this or star that he was standing on was one that he had never seen before. This is the ore star that Bai Feng and I brought from the Black Territory's depths. Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Luan Bai Feng immediately turned over to glare at him. Being called Bai Feng did not sit right with her. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters' mouths hung open, all of them stunned as if they could not believe their ears. Yang Kai did not explain much either. He just turned to Luan Bai Feng and said, "Call over all your slaves and tell them to begin mining." Luan Bai Feng snorted in response, but she still passed down the order. A few moments later, many Open Heaven Realm Masters took off, clearly in preparation to bring the ore slaves over. Looking over at her, Yang Kai asked, "How long do you think this ore star will last?" Luan Bai Feng thought about the answer for a moment before answering. It should last for at least 2 or 3 years. The environment here is comfortable, and there is no need for the ore slaves to worry about their world force leaking, so they will be able to dedicate more time and energy to mining. 2 to 3 years. That sounds about right, Yang Kai nodded. Even though what he brought back was less than half of the original size of the ore star, there should be a good amount of cultivation materials present within it. After all, this ore star came from very deep within the Black Territory. It should not lack 6th order materials, and there was the possibility of finding materials of the 7th order or even 8th order. As long as they could fully mine this ore star, it should be enough for Voidland's use for the time being. Once the day came when this ore star was exhausted, there was no harm in running into the depths once more to bring back another in the same way. Now that he had Luan Bai Feng serving him, the entirety of the Black Prison was his personal treasury. Other than him, no one had the right to put their hands on the resources found deep inside of the Black Prison. Since everything is settled, I will return to Voidland. I'll leave the rest to you to handle. Head to Voidland once every half year and hand me the mined materials, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Bai Feng was surprised. Leaving already? Yang Kai smirked. Have you grown attached to me already? As if. Luan Bai Feng spat, but then she simmered down a little. But isn't your Voidland in conflict with Suoquan Hui right now? It can't be easy dealing with a 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master, right? Yang Kai nodded gravely. Yes. The strength of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is truly powerful. Recalling his fight with Suoquan Hui previously, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between himself and a master in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Last time, he was only able to injure Suoquan Hui with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel because the latter was careless. If they were to fight again, and if Suoquan Hui was any more prepared than he was before, it would make it very difficult for Yang Kai to injure him again. Luan Bai Feng quickly said, "I'll go with you. I'm still a 6th order master at the very least. I should be able to provide you with some help." Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, not expecting such an offer from her. However, he had no intention of bringing Luan Bai Feng away from here. Voidland had 9 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so having one extra wouldn't make much difference. Right now, the matter of gathering resources in the Black Prison was his top priority, so he wanted Luan Bai Feng to keep watch here. "You're not that loyal, are you?" Yang Kai grinned at her. Luan Bai Feng snorted. "What good would it do me if you were to die? That's why I have to keep an eye on you." It was easy to garner that she had been insincere just from this sentence alone. From her words and expression, Yang Kai instantly understood why she would take the initiative to offer her help. Perhaps the bold speculation that he made on their way back from the Black Prison's depths had scared her a bit, and now this woman didn't feel safe here, which was why she was in such a hurry to leave with him. To be honest, that speculation was just a casual thought Yang Kai had. Even he felt that the idea was ridiculous, but he did not expect Luan Bai Feng to take it so seriously. "If you leave, then what about?" Yang Kai frowned. Luan Bai Feng reminded, "Xan Peng has already signed your loyalty list, so there is no need for you to worry if you keep him here to oversee the mining process. Later, I will teach him all the techniques required to enter and leave the Black Prison, and in case anything happens, he will report to you." She had already arranged everything, so Yang Kai could not refuse her. What's more, Luan Baifeng was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with excellent combat capabilities he could make use of if he brought her back. So, he eventually nodded. In that case, we shall act according to your suggestion. Immediately, Luan Baifeng called Exin Peng over and said a few words to him. She also handed him several jade tokens. Martial Peak, Chapter 4565, Collusion. Flying Smoke Territory was the great territory adjacent to Void Territory, so the two could be considered neighbors. There was a second-class great force located in Flying Smoke Territory that was not considered too strong, Flying Smoke Temple, and it was from them that Flying Smoke Territory's name came about. The temple master of Flying Smoke Temple was called Yu Xiaoshan, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When Seven Wonderland occupied Void Territory, they had many conflicts with this Flying Smoke Territory. Such feuds between neighboring great territories were common in the 3,000 worlds. Back then, Seven Wondersland's foundation was severely damaged when Su Huang wrestled control of their grand array away from them. Even several of their protector venerables were killed. Qi Qiao Heavenly Monarch was also severely injured in that event. Naturally, Flying Smoke Temple was unwilling to miss this opportunity to attack. Yu Xiaoshan gathered all his troops to march against Seven Wonders Land before they could recover and slaughtered them. Yang Kai had just returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at that time and was being hunted down by Scarlet Star's head manager Zhao Baichuan and his men. Nearing the end of his rope, Yang Kai remembered Seven Wonders Land, so he used the array jade given to him by Su Huang before the latter's death to sneak into the shopping district of Seven Wonders Land. Somehow, Zhao Baichuan and his men, who were in pursuit of Yang Kai, ended up conspiring with Yu Xiaoshan to attack Seven Wonders Land, killing all their Open Heaven Realm Masters and seizing control of their land. Yu Xiaoshan had his foundation in Flying Smoke Territory, so he naturally would not stay in Seven Wonders Territory for long, so he ended up returning with a large amount of loot. Zhao Baichuan and the others stayed in Seven Wonders Land, planning to use it as a base to revive Scarlet Star. Unfortunately for Zhao Baichuan, his beautiful dream was cut short when Yang Kai led his men out of the shadows to attack them, catching Scarlet Star's survivors off guard and unprepared. After that battle, most of Scarlet Star's members either died or escaped, leaving only Chen Tianfei behind, who had even offered up the loyalty list to keep his life. It was then that Yang Kai took over Seven Wonders Land and became its new ruler, later renaming it Voidland. Looking back on it now, Flying Smoke Temple and Yu Xiaoshan actually had a lot of merit in Yang Kai's successful takeover of Voidland. Only, Yu Xiaoshan had no idea what he had done at that time. Subsequently, Voidland emerged and rapidly grew in prestige. Yu Xiaoshan had also come to Voidland himself in order to meet Yang Kai and try to form connections with him. After all, they were neighbors, so it would make everything more convenient to have a good relationship. However, Yang Kai was mostly cultivating in retreat or outside, so Yu Xiaoshan failed to meet him even after visiting twice. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, Flying Smoke Temple also participated, but during that fight, Yu Xiaoshan was beaten back until he was thoroughly traumatized. The result was needless to say. Kong Feng died during the battle, and the 100 Sects Alliance collapsed. Flying Smoke Temple also suffered heavy losses, with Yu Xiaoshan fleeing with heavy injuries. Flying Smoke Temple was one of the great forces that took the initiative to come to Yang Kai's door to apologize. They scraped together everything they could afford as an offering, and fortunately for them, Voidland had no intention of settling accounts. Everyone in Flying Smoke Temple lived nervously for several years before they finally began to breathe a bit easier. Yang Kai led Luan Baifeng all the way from the Black Territory back to his territory through the Flying Smoke Territory route. Currently, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng were both concealing their auras and figures as they stood several thousands of kilometers away from the territory gate, watching over the situation there. This territory gate was the one connecting Flying Smoke Territory and Void Territory. In other words, they need only pass through this territory gate to arrive at Void Territory. However, there were several great ships just outside of the territory gate at this moment, but not passing through it. Yang Kai could clearly see that these great ships were trying to block off the territory gate. He saw a ship head over to pass the territory gate but was stopped by the great ships forming the blockade. Both sides seemed to have gone through a simple discussion, then the ship had no choice but to turn back. Yang Kai frowned at this sight. He had the vague sense that this had to have something to do with Zuoquan Hui. He had only left Void Territory for half a year and the situation had seemingly changed again. As for what exactly that change was, he could not say for now. A little less than half a year should be enough time for Zuoquan Hui to recover. He had eaten a big loss last time, and even lost his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple, Zhou Ti, at Yang Kai's hands. Now, he would definitely try to take revenge. Follow the ship and find out what exactly happened. Yang Kai could not go himself, so he had no choice but to order Luan Baifeng to head over. Luan Baifeng spat disdainfully, but she still flew out obediently. Yang Kai waited in place for more than 2 hours before seeing Luan Baifeng return. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng said with a strange expression, "Those ships blocking off the territory gate are Heavenly Sword Union ships. They say that nobody who wishes to enter Voidland is allowed to pass." Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow. Why have those trash jumped out again? What are they blocking off the territory gate for? He was now burning with rage. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, basically all of the great forces involved had come to apologize with gifts after he razed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to the ground. Only Heavenly Sword Union did not make any noise about the matter. Yang Kai was busy with Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly previously, so he had wanted to wait until it ended before dealing with Heavenly Sword Union, only to be delayed by Zuoquan Hui, who came over to give him trouble, ending up in him being caught in his current mess. Naturally, he had no time to care about a trivial Heavenly Sword Union. However, Yang Kai never expected that the latter would come to his doorstep to flaunt their presence before he could even do anything. Luan Baifeng looked at him with a deep gaze. "Do you know who the current Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union is?" Yang Kai could not help but frown when faced with her strange tone. "Who?" "Zuoquan Hui," Luan Baifeng muttered. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, is it? Zuoquan Hui rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation he is more than qualified to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Obviously, Heavenly Sword Union could want for nothing than to be under a master like him. That means those bastards are colluding. Luan Baifeng nodded. Now that Zuoquan Hui is the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, the people of Heavenly Sword Union will naturally obey his orders. The reason they are blocking off this territory gate is so that they can stop any outsiders from entering Void Territory in order to cut off the foundation of your Star City. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That man has wicked ideas, but what use is this? It's not like this territory gate is the only one to my Void Territory. It's not as if his Heavenly Sword Union has blocked off all the territory gates, right? Luan Baifeng shook his head. There's no need to block off all of them. They only need to show their stance and spread the news. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he was stronger than Luan Baifeng and had forced her to submit using the loyalty list, Yang Kai could not compare with her in terms of experience and vision in the 3,000 worlds. After all, she was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with many centuries of experience. Compared to Yang Kai, a fresh face in the outer universe, she would often have the ability to see farther. Luan Baifeng explained, Zuoquan Hui is one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders. With his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, his name echoes loudly across the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, your Voidland is nothing more than a rising star. Even though you do have some reputation, most of it is only based on your Star City's specialty products. Tell me, if the two of you clash, who will the outsiders lean towards? Yang Kai frowned. Naturally it would be Zuoquan Hui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Luan Baifeng nodded. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master can exert more power than just their own personal strength. There is also the terrifying connections and imposingness that they have built up over the years. If it were anyone else, how could Heavenly Sword Union give up the position of Union Master so easily? However, Zuoquan Hui was able to obtain it at will, which shows the trust that Heavenly Sword Union has in him. Now that he has become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and has come to block the territory gate of Void Territory, he's trying to tell the world at large that he intends to go to war with Voidland. How do you think people will react if they find out? How do you think the merchants in your Star City will react? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Luan Baifeng continued, Zuoquan Hui is smart. This way, he can isolate your Voidland without sacrificing a single soldier, and your Voidland's resource supply will be cut off. Perhaps, even your Star City will find it hard to maintain itself over time. You have so many people in Voidland and all of them need to cultivate, do they not? Without resources, how are they going to do that? No matter how many resources Voidland has accumulated, it will eventually run dry. Cunning old bastard. Yang Kai ground his teeth. He truly has a wicked mind. It's an open conspiracy. Luan Baifeng said bluntly. Even if you know his intentions, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless your reputation can overshadow his. That is why he does not need to block off all of Void Territory's entrances. He just needs to make a show here, and the news will soon spread all throughout the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai coldly snorted, My Voidland is no soft persimmon either. If he wants to gnaw on my Voidland, then first let's see whether he has strong enough teeth for it. Luan Baifeng nodded repeatedly, I know your Voidland has 2 great divine spirits to watch over it, but that old man Baishi is not mobile, so he won't be able to do much in such a situation. The only one you can count on now is that Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. If she makes a move against Zuoquan Hui, then your situation will naturally be solved. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just thinking about Zhu Jiao-yin filled his stomach with grievances. With her identity as his protector now voided, Zhu Jiao-yin had become even more fickle than before. She would rather see him suffer than to care about him at all. If she had been willing to join the fight last time, then how could Zuoquan Hui have escaped from Voidland? However, Yang Kai also knew what Zhu Jiao-yin was worried about. It was not a matter as simple as whether she joined the fight or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Cranes Paradise. If she were to kill Zuoquan Hui, then she would definitely have to worry that Thousand Cranes Paradise would come to settle accounts with her in the future. No matter how strong a divine spirit was, they were not invincible. Take the 8th Order Masters of the major cave heavens and paradises. Which one of them was any weaker compared to a mature divine spirit? Zhu Jiao-yin had come from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and had no foundation to speak of at all in the outside world. If she were truly to catch the eye of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then her days would not be easy. After a deep thought, Yang Kai asked, How long has it been since Zuoquan Hui became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master? It should be several months now, Luan Baifeng answered. Several months. That was to say that Zuoquan Hui left for Heavenly Sword Union to recuperate after being injured by him. It seemed that he had long intended to bring Heavenly Sword Union under him. It did make sense. Voidland did not possess any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did have plenty in the 6th Order. After Zhou Ti died, there was that 6th Order female disciple and the 3 from the Prison Star among Zuoquan Hui's subordinates on that level. Even though they were all strong, they were lacking in numbers, and it was necessary for him to rely on external forces. In this case, Heavenly Sword Union was undoubtedly the best choice. Martial Peak, Chapter 4566, Clash. You worked with Kong Feng before. Do you have any idea how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there are in Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai asked. The biggest advantage that Voidland had right now was their superior numbers of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If even that advantage was nullified, the situation would become tricky. On the surface, only 4 appear to show themselves. Right now, 2 have died, so only 2 are supposedly left. However, Heavenly Sword Union has a long history, so it is hard to say exactly how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they are hiding in the shadows. Those 6th Order Masters in hiding are old veterans who spend all their time cultivating in retreat, their goal to spy into the path of the 7th Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces, so the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm members they have will definitely not be too small. After all, even Golden Rainbow Province had a hidden old ancestor. When Yang Kai attacked Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui had just broken through to the 7th Order and almost made him eat a big loss. Compared to Golden Rainbow Province, Heavenly Sword Union had an even deeper and broader heritage, so it was not strange for them to be hiding some old monsters. It seemed Zuoquan Hui's strength had greatly increased after receiving Heavenly Sword Union's full support. Even with more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was likely that Voidland would not have that much of an advantage anymore. Yang Kai pursed his lips, feeling a headache setting in. Sure enough, beating the snake to death to avoid future calamity comes along with endless consequences. Also, you must not forget, Zuoquan Hui has his own connections too. The people that Voidland has to fight in the future will not only be Heavenly Sword Union. There is most likely going to be more. Yang Kai nodded grimly. What are you planning to do? Luan Baifeng turned to look at him. Let me think about it. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. From the looks of this situation, Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union had yet to break out into an open conflict. When Zuoquan Hui infiltrated Void territory to set up an ambush, firstly, he did not expect Voidland to be so strong, and secondly, it was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. There was no way a 7th Order Master would slip up trying to plot against one in the 6th Order. However, Voidland's heritage gave him a huge surprise, and Yang Kai's abilities were also far beyond what he imagined possible. In the end, not only did he fail in his plot, he even lost a 6th Order disciple and was wounded in the process. Now that he controlled Heavenly Sword Union, the power Zuoquan Hui could mobilize was far greater than just the subordinates he brought before, yet he did not send any troops to Voidland. That was obviously because he was also concerned about the 2 divine spirits keeping watch over Voidland, but mainly he was worried about Zhu Jiuyin. It seemed that Zhu Jiuyin still had some use even without having to lift a finger. At the very least, her presence was a deterrent that was enough to keep Zuoquan Hui from acting rashly. Otherwise, there was no need for him to block off the territory gate. Zuoquan Hui could have just led his men into Void territory like last time and started a war. Combined with what Luan Baifeng told him before, Yang Kai now vaguely understood what Zuoquan Hui's plans were. He was truly prepared to swallow up Voidland. There are so many people in Voidland that even if all they did was sit idly and ate on their mountains, they would one day run out of resources. When that time came, they would be forced to go out by themselves, and that would be the best time for him to make a move. Considering all this, Yang Kai was actually quite relieved. This was also what he wanted to see. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the advantage would be for Voidland. Licking his lips, Yang Kai looked up at Luan Baifeng. You were planning to help Zuoquan Hui, weren't you? Luan Baifeng fidgeted. That's right. If I follow a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then even if I can't taste the meat, I will at least get a share of the soup. Yang Kai grinned. Then go. I believe that Zuoquan Hui would also be happy to see you join him. Luan Baifeng blinked her eyes and answered in a daze. Are you asking me to be a spy? You don't dare. Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Baifeng scoffed. What's there for me to worry about? Everyone knows that there are grievances between me and your Voidland. It is only normal for me to hear the news and come to join him. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui will not be suspicious of anything. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Luan Baifeng asked, if I do find out any important information, how am I supposed to report to you? There is no need to contact me in the near future. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not be starting anything yet either. Once the real fight starts, There will be opportunities for us to communicate. Luan Baifeng nodded. Good. What about you? Yang Kai turned towards the territory gate. Naturally, I'm returning to void territory. Luan Baifeng followed his gaze and asked with some concern, Are you planning to fight your way through? What if Zuoquan Hui happens to be here? You are not his opponent. Why don't you take the long way around and return through another territory gate? Yang Kai laughed. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Where would he have time to idle around here? Even if his injuries are healed, he must still be recuperating somewhere. Not to mention even if he is here. Do you think I can't run if I can't beat him? Luan Baifeng stared blankly at him. If any other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to say that, she would definitely scoff at them. Despite there only being a difference of a single order, the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms were worlds apart in terms of true strength. It would only require the raise of one's hand for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to deal with someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but if it was Yang Kai, then be careful lest you let the ship capsize on calm seas. Yang Kai nodded. You should find a place to hide for now. Wait until the dust settles before you go to Zuoquan Hui so you don't rouse his suspicions. If Luan Baifeng tried to join up just after Yang Kai got into a fight in Flying Smoke territory, Zuoquan Hui would definitely investigate it. I know. Luan Baifeng nodded. You should watch out too. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Yang Kai left her with a few more instructions before disappearing in a flash. Luan Baifeng tried to follow his traces, and at first, was able to detect which direction Yang Kai had gone, but it did not take long for her to lose track of him. She quietly withdrew 10,000 kilometers before all of a sudden, she felt a strong energy fluctuation burst out from behind her. When she turned around to look, a great battle had broken out near the territory gate. The ships floating in the void had all gone up in flames, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Obviously, Yang Kai's fight with those people had begun. Several figures were engaged in battle near the territory gate. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, shaking the void and flipping the world. There were 5 people surrounding Yang Kai, 4 of whom were old acquaintances. One of them was the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm female disciple under Zuoquan Hui, as well as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. However, the last one was an elderly man Yang Kai was unfamiliar with. Yang Kai guessed that he must be one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union. To fight 1 against 5 was a little strenuous, even for Yang Kai. Other than the woman, whose heritage was a little shallower, the rest of his enemies were all veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the world force that they were exuding from their bodies was extremely rich and imposing. Each one of their divine abilities also contained great power. If it were not for mastery of the Tao of Space and his Azure Dragon Spear's might, Yang Kai would have long been defeated. There was still a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 6th Order surrounding him in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone was moving quickly, tightly surrounding the chaotic battlefield. It was hard for these weaker cultivators to keep their positions under the fallout from the battle, so it wasn't long before their vitality began roiling, shocking them greatly. If this was the aftershock of the battle, then how could they still survive if they were caught up in the real battle? Huang Quan and the others were similarly shocked. Last time, when they followed Zuoquan Hui to ambush Yang Kai, they had not fought the latter head-on. Even though they knew that he was highly skilled, they did not know the true extent of Yang Kai's strength. However, they were finally able to fully realize how powerful he was at this moment. His Azure Dragon Spear stabbed forward and retreated as quickly and unpredictably as a ghost, and it was simply impossible for them to catch its traces. Even while uniting their strength, they were unable to gain a decisive advantage. What's more, they dripped with cold sweat each time they were faced with one of Yang Kai's counterattacks. Though on the surface, Yang Kai seemed like he was being suppressed and could do little to fight back, his every counterattack was wrapped in the aura of death, leaving the 5 people on their toes the whole fight. Huang Quan and the other two from the Prison Star, as well as the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, struggled to keep Yang Kai in check as they tried to extend their advantage and simply hold him in place. However, the Sixth Order woman seemed to have gone crazy as she bombarded Yang Kai with attacks indiscriminately. Even her eyes were dyed crimson. The scene of her senior brother Zhou Ti's death had been haunting her for the past few months. With the killer in front of her, it was only natural that she would fly into a murderous rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Yang Kai's corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge her senior brother's death. Her reckless behavior forced Huang Quan and the others to have to divert a large part of their energy in order to make up for the openings she left. They tried to give a few words of advice during the battle, but she simply was not listening to any of it. Huang Quan and the others were almost going mad at this situation. They all felt miserable, as if someone was dragging them down despite all their best efforts in working together. However, Huang Quan and the others did not dare allow her to get into any trouble, otherwise they would have no way of explaining themselves to Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai, you killed my senior brother, and now I must take your life to avenge him. The woman gnashed her teeth and screamed at him after a failed strike, but her hands did not stop moving as she continued, releasing her world force recklessly. Yang Kai raised his spear to block her assault before replying with a barrage of thrusts, pushing against his 5 opponents all at once. Gaining some breathing room, he snickered and taunted, "Is your senior brother the one called Zhou Ti? Let me think about how he died. That's right, I burned him to death with Golden Crow's true fire, and your honored master, Zuoquan Hui, did nothing but watch. He should have been able to save him, but he didn't. Do you know why?" The woman's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears welling up in them. She could not help but recall the scene of Zhou Ti's demise, and his pitiful screams and pleas for help were still echoing in her ears. Tears quickly blurred her vision, but her moves continued to grow in ferocity. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just trying to distract you," Huang Quan yelled. "It's because your pathetic honored master was trying to protect himself from further injury." Yang Kai was fighting one moment and retreating the next, laughing wantonly. If he saved Zhou Ti, then his injuries would become more serious. However, he could have done it if he wanted to. "I'm not a match for him after all. I'll kill you." The woman's world force was fluctuating violently, clearly showing her disturbed mood. She also separated from the rhythm of the other 4 and lunged straight at Yang Kai. A cold light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes, and the Azure Dragon Spear was thrust out at an unpredictable angle. A black dot the size of a bean suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Space principles flared as he thrust out towards the woman. "Rupture! Watch out!" Huang Quan had been vigilantly guarding the woman the whole time, so he immediately unleashed a divine ability towards Yang Kai as soon as the woman made her move. Jin Gang and Song Yen both hastened to remedy the situation as well, while the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union blasted out a divine ability towards Yang Kai, attempting to save the woman by forcing the enemy back. Martial Peak, Chapter 4567, just the beginning. In a chaotic exchange of blows, the mighty powers of divine abilities exploded all around. Yang Kai's face had turned slightly pale and he retreated 100 kilometers back, suppressing the blood that was roiling up inside of his chest. Huang Quan and the others were guarding the Sixth Order woman and confronting Yang Kai from a distance, but all of them were covered in a cold sweat. If they had not rescued her at that moment, then Zuoquan Hui's female disciple would have been severely injured if not dead. Cursing inside their hearts that sure enough, women were the source of all trouble, they still did not dare to loosen their guard. It was at that moment that a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep inside Flying Smoke territory. The aura was clearly very far away, yet it could clearly be felt by everyone here. The Divine Monarch has come. Huang Quan and the others were all overjoyed. They knew that Zuoquan Hui, who was recuperating in retreat all this while, must have sensed the energy fluctuations from their battle and rushed over to support them. Yang Kai's face darkened. Looking up towards the source of that aura, he could vaguely see a huge illusory phantom closing in rapidly, and that phantom was a terrifying face that was large enough to cover half the void. He sighed. He had originally planned to take down another one of Zhuoquan Hui's generals even if he were to suffer an injury while doing so, but now it seemed like that was impossible. Zhuoquan Hui was coming, and he had to make his escape now. After glaring at Huang Quan and the others, Yang Kai turned around and left. "Stop him!" Huang Quan shouted as he already began rushing in Yang Kai's direction. As long as they could keep Yang Kai here, then when Zhuoquan Hui arrived, he would definitely be killed without a doubt. "Those who stand in my way must die." Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out. A spear aura blossomed, and screams of agony broke out among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him. Those Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding the fight were all under the Sixth Order, so how could they hope to block Yang Kai's path? A hole was opened up before him, leaving a dozen corpses drifting across the void while the rest of the group fled in all directions with frightened faces. By the time Huang Quan and the others rushed over, Yang Kai had already plunged straight into the territory gate and disappeared, leaving Huang Quan and the others with helpless looks on their faces. They did not have the guts to follow him into void territory. Who knew whether Yang Kai would suddenly turn his spear back against them if they traveled to the other side? If they went in under such circumstances, it would be no different than stepping through the gates of hell. After standing quietly in place for an incense stick, Zhuoquan Hui finally arrived. Sweeping a glance around the wreckage, he coldly snorted. Huang Quan and the others all hung their heads, not daring to speak. "Where did Yang Kai come from?" Zhuoquan Hui asked. They all looked at each other, but all of them shook their heads, not knowing the answer. They never thought that Yang Kai would show up in Flying Smoke territory either. If they had thought of this possibility, then they would have been more vigilant. Wastes. Zhuoquan Hui cursed angrily. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters did not dare to raise their heads after being scolded by Zhuoquan Hui. They had their complaints, but considering that Zhuoquan Hui's mood had been terrible recently, none of them dared to make a sound. Zhuoquan Hui had an angry fit by himself before he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing that he did not insist on chasing Yang Kai into void territory, Huang Quan and the others breathed sighs of relief. Inside, they regretted that they ever joined Zhuoquan Hui in the first place, and now they had to suffer his temper just after being freed from the prison star. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Inside void territory, Yang Kai stopped to observe the Star City from afar. The dock was as bustling as ever, however, while there were people lining up to enter the Star City in the past, this time, it was people in the Star City who were lining up to leave. Of course, there were still those who were entering the Star City, but the number was very small, which was extremely inconsistent with the previous situation at the Star City. Yang Kai had expected this, but he did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. It seemed that no ordinary great force dared to provoke Thousand Cranes Paradise or Zhuoquan Hui. When Yang Kai appeared at the void dock, Jin Yuan Lang, who was responsible for overseeing this area, immediately came over to greet him. With a worried expression, he cupped his fist. "Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. "Let's talk somewhere quiet." "Follow me, Sect Master." Jin Yuan Lang gestured with his hand and led Yang Kai into a quiet room. Before Yang Kai could speak, Jin Yuan Lang sputtered, "Sect Master, that Zhuoquan Hui has released news that he is now absolutely irreconcilable with our void land and vows to raise our sect to the ground." When the merchants in the Star City heard the news, many of them began scrambling to leave. "I saw." Yang Kai nodded. "How long has it been since the message was released? How many have left?" Jin Yuan Lang thought for a moment. The news came out more than a month ago, and now, 10% of the merchants have left Void Star City. I'm afraid that number will only grow. The governor has sent word that many businesses in the Star City are packing up to leave. We're not making it difficult for these merchants who are trying to leave, are we? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuan Land shook his head. Second manager said that we cannot force them to stay if they have the intention to leave. So, all of them have been allowed to pass freely. That is why they are only checked routinely at the dock and released without any trouble. Second manager did well, Yang Kai praised. The people in the Star City were all from different great forces, both big and small, so it was only natural that they would fear a high-rank open heaven master like Zuoquan Hui. If Void Land tried to force them to stay, then it would only draw criticism and ire, so they might as well just let everyone leave on good terms. But Sect Master, if this goes on, then the foundation of the Star City will be shaken. The popularity that we have built up with so much effort will all go up into smoke. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's not that serious. There will be businesses that won't leave. After a pause, he added, how many merchants do you think will stay? Jin Yuan Lang shook his head. That is hard for me to say. I am only in charge of watching over the Void Dock. Sect Master should seek Governor Mo for such questions. Void Star City had a governor's office, where Mo Mei was assuming command. As they were talking, they heard Mo Mei's voice emerge. We should be able to keep about 30% of them, possibly less. Yang Kai looked over and saw Mo Mei walking in, then bowing elegantly, welcome back, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and gestured towards a seat. Sit. Mo Mei took her seat and explained, my subordinates informed me that Sect Master appeared at the dock, so I came over to take a look. Has Sect Master's trip been fruitful? Yang Kai left half a year ago without raising any noise, but the higher-ups of Voidland were still made aware of his movements, so they all knew that he had gone to the Black Prison to seek out Luan by phone. It was a decent harvest. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. I brought back many good things from this trip. Mo Mei's eyes lit up and she giggled. Sure enough, nothing is impossible for Sect Master. It was just luck. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Let's talk about the Star City. How can you tell that 30% will stay? Speaking of business, Mo Mei's expression also turned serious. Of course, there are merchants in the Star City who are afraid of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise's resounding presence, and do not think highly of our Void Land. However, as merchants, there are still those with the instinct to pursue profit. That is why there will still be brave ones who will remain. We will have to see what happens. Besides, not all are afraid of Zuoquan Hui. There are a few who do not put him in their eyes, such as Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple and Azura Cave Heaven's Azura Arena. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The ones behind these two businesses were both cave heavens, so there was indeed no need for them to fear a measly Zuoquan Hui. The rise of our Void Star City is due to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, a spirit pill that only we can sell. There will always be people who will stay, so 30% is my estimate, though I can't be sure. Mo Mei smiled. Still, the Star City's popularity will take a plunge with so many merchants leaving, and before the conflict with Zuoquan Hui is resolved, it will be impossible for us to restore our previous prosperity. No matter. Even though this Star City is my Void Land's foundation, we have still accumulated a lot of supplies over the years. It should be enough for us to use for a short period of time. As long as we win this war, the Star City's popularity will be restored sooner or later. Sect Master is right. Mo Mei nodded. Second Manager had also gathered us to discuss this matter. With the resources that Void Land has accumulated up until now, there is no need for us to worry for the next few years. The next few years? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had brought enough materials for 10 people to break through to the Sixth Order during this trip. If the Great Emperors continued to do their best, then there was no reason for them not to be able to advance in the next few years. When that time came, Void Land would naturally gain the qualification to compete with Zuoquan Hui. Sect Master, I have an idea. Mo Mei looked at him. Speak. The merchants in the Star City have signed contracts valid for differing numbers of years to rent the shops in the Star City. Now that they have left of their own accord, the contracts are naturally null and void. This will suddenly create an influx of unoccupied shops and stalls. Yang Kai nodded. That is inevitable. What is your suggestion? Mo Mei smiled. Naturally, I cannot solve the problem with the unoccupied shops, but for those who are willing to stay, can't we provide them with some concessions and benefits, such as reducing their rent and taxes? At least, we should let them know that our void land is not ungrateful. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and agreed, that's a good idea. Also, if those who left ever want to return to the Star City, they will have to pay a higher rent and tax compared to the others. Emome was surprised. Would that not backfire? Yang Kai laughed. The Star City belongs to our void land. They can come if they want to, but if they don't, then no one will force them. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Every step in a first-class Star City was paved with gold, and it was very difficult for a great force to rent shops in good locations. Void Star City had the qualifications to be called first class, and it had taken them several expansions to get to their current size. In the past, those merchants would fight desperately for the best locations. Now that Void Land was suffering external problems, those merchants were free to leave, but if they wished to return, then they would have to accommodate Void Land's mood. Emome smiled. You are the sect master, so your word is law. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Yang Kai nodded, and go. Once Emome left, Yang Kai turned back to Jin Yuan Lang. For those who wish to leave, there is no need to denounce them. Just let them all go. Sooner or later, they will come crawling back. Jin Yuan Lang cupped his fist. This subordinate will obey. The situation in the Star City was not stable right now, but there was also no need for Yang Kai to pay too much attention to it. When an external threat makes its presence known, everyone has the innate instinct to protect themselves. Getting up and walking out, Yang Kai looked up into the void. This fight had just begun. Martial Peak, Chapter 4568, Comprehending the Space-Time Strength. Void Land was surrounded in a grim atmosphere. Everyone was desperately cultivating so that they could play their part in the approaching Great War. For the disciples with lower cultivation, this was a battle that would determine Void Land's fate, and the fighting could break out at any moment. Their cultivation was not high, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Void Land. Yang Kai worked hard to bring them out of the star boundary and gave them the chance to see the vast and colorful world of the outer universe, giving them a place to reside and a peaceful environment to cultivate. Now, someone wanted to destroy that. Nobody was willing to let it happen. Anyone who wished to do so would have to do it over their dead bodies. Surprisingly, a month went past, but everything remained peaceful. 2 months, then 3 months passed, but it was still the same. However, that was just what Void Land's disciples wanted, more time to cultivate, though the supplies that were being handed to them each time grew smaller and smaller. The Star City's population had taken a serious hit, and each day, large droves of merchants left. Now, Void Star City was no longer the bustling city it once was. Walking through the Star City, the traffic was sparse, and most businesses were shut down. In a matter of months, Void Star City had lost more than 70% of its initial tenants, which was higher than Emome's initial estimate. Its popularity plummeted and the merchants left, which meant that the Star City's income was significantly reduced, and the rate at which it could gather cultivation resources also slowed greatly. Even though the Star City had accumulated a good amount of wealth for Void Land, it would not last them for more than a few years at this rate. In order to plan for the future, Bian Yuqing, the second manager of Void Land, had no choice but to ration cultivational resources. A large amount of supplies were given to those who were expected to advance into the open heaven realm within a short time, such as the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors, so it was only natural that disciples with lower cultivation were being allocated less now. The more than 10,000 materials that Yang Kai brought back from the Black Prison entered Void Land's treasury, relieving their resource woes for the near future. Bian Yuqing was especially pleased and surprised at the 6th order yin and yang element materials he brought that were enough for 10 people's use. Including the 3 sets that Void Land had originally, they now had enough resources to help 13 cultivators advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, and it was foreseeable that more than a dozen 6th order open heaven realm masters would appear in Void Land soon. Not to mention the fact that the mining operation was still going on back at the Black Prison. The ore star that Yang Kai spent a lot of effort bringing back from the Black Territory's depths would grant them plenty of resources in the coming 2 to 3 years. Voidland's material situation would be greatly improved once the ore slaves in the Black Prison had finished mining that half of the ore star. The fact that Zuoquan Hui has remained quiet for months without any intention of attacking Voidland all but confirmed Yang Kai's theory that the former intended to wage a protracted war against Voidland. This was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see. Voidland had only been around for a short time, and what it needed most was time. The disciples needed time to grow, and the great emperors also needed time to break through. For any other great force, they would definitely be forced into a very passive situation under such circumstances. Once their star city's population fell into a slump and without enough resources to support them, any great force would sooner or later run out of supplies even if they did nothing but wait idly. Then, they would have to find ways to go out and find resources to continue cultivating. This time could be as long as 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years. Zuoquan Hui could afford to wait. Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely long lifespans, so even 100 years was just a snap of one's fingers, let alone to plot against a rising great force like Voidland. In Zuoquan Hui's estimation, it would take at most 5 years to cripple Voidland financially. Then, without resources to cultivate, Voidland's members would fall into disarray and be at his mercy. So, he need not block all the territory gates into Void territory. He only needed to put in an appearance and release the news to be able to cut off Voidland's resources and put them on pins and needles. Such a plan would work on any ordinary second-class great force. If Zuoquan Hui were to use this method against Heavenly Sword Union, it would not be able to hold up for long. Such was the influence wielded by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. One man alone could stand against 10,000. However, Voidland was no ordinary second-class great force, and this was something that Zuoquan Hui did not anticipate. Inside his bedchamber, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, refining Open Heaven pills while studying the mysteries of space-time strength. Behind him, a great sun and round moon rising and setting could be vaguely seen. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a divine ability that he had discovered only after advancing into the Open Heaven realm. In terms of raw power, it wasn't much stronger than his Golden Crow cast the Sun, but the new space-time strength it exuded was extremely profound, and even he himself had barely scratched the surface of its mysteries. If the divine ability was compared to the divine armaments of the divine armament world, that Golden Crow casts the Sun was undoubtedly a top-class divine armament, easily able to pierce a hole through one's body when stabbed. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel could similarly be compared to a divine armament, but unlike Golden Crow casts the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was laced with poison. Not only could it pierce a hole through someone, it would also corrode their vitality on contact, which made it that much more powerful. It had not been long since Yang Kai advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and he had done so by using a world fruit. So, even though he gained great benefits from the wind spirits in the astral wind divine ability and from Yin-Yang Heaven's small source world, increasing his heritage and making him much more powerful than ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still a long way from advancing into the 7th Order. Without advancing into the 7th Order, there was no way for him to compete head-on with Zuoquan Hui. The only weapon that Yang Kai had against Zuoquan Hui right now was his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was something that Golden Crow casts the Sun had no way of comparing to. When the war broke out in full with Zuoquan Hui, Yang Kai would be the only one capable of dealing with him, which showed how crucial the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's existence was. While stuffing Open Heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai immersed himself in that space-time strength, unable to extricate himself. Right now, Voidland's resources and supplies were under strict rationing with the full allocation rights handed over to Bian Yuqing, who heavily skewed the flow of resources towards the cultivators who were nearing their advancement into the Open Heaven realm so that they could ensure that they would have more Open Heaven realm masters on their side when the Great War came. In the coming battle, Only Open Heaven Realm Masters would be qualified to participate. If the Emperor Realm cultivators went out, none of them would survive. That meant that the Open Heaven Realm Masters could only use Open Heaven Realm pills to cultivate. Even Voidland's Lord, Xianxia, was no exception. Refining Open Heaven pills was the least efficient method for an Open Heaven Realm Master to cultivate, but it was also the simplest and most common. Basically, no Open Heaven Realm Master could avoid refining large amounts of Open Heaven pills during their lives. Inside the second manager's office, Bian Yuqing, who had already been working hard for more than half a month, was rushing back and forth. As the steward of the entire Voidland, Bian Yuqing was usually busy enough, but the situation now had become even more serious due to the addition of both external and internal problems. Previously, in High Heaven Sect, there was Hua Qingxi to take charge of the overall situation, and all she had to do was pick up the slack here and there. Now that they had come to Voidland and with Hua Qingxi still back in the star boundary, the burden was on her shoulders alone. She had given a lot for the sake of Voidland, more than any other person. She could not even get any time for her own cultivation, which resulted in her seeing little growth despite all the time that had passed. She had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. However, she was happy to take on this responsibility. If it was not for the support that Xianxia gave her back then, she may have died long ago before even reaching the Emperor Realm. How could she even have the opportunity to see the sights of the Emperor Realm, much less gain such great power in her current status as second manager? After consulting with Xianxia, she selected a few apprentices from among the lower disciples and nurtured them to the greatest extent of her abilities so that they could share the managerial pressure with her. Only time was still short, and those few apprentices were not ready to take on real responsibilities yet. Whenever this happened, she would inevitably think of Kouwu. She could barely remember his face after all these years, but she would never forget the way that disciple who had sacrificed himself to protect her when she was in mortal danger. If only Kouwu were still alive, he would have become her greatest assistant. She had barely sat down to rest for a half cup of tea's time when a disciple rushed in, one of those that she had been training to become her right hand recently. What is it? Despite her exhaustion, Bian Yuqing still availed herself mentally. The situation in Voidland was very tense right now, and she could not afford to loosen up for even a moment. The disciple blurted in a panic, "Something unusual has happened within Sect Master's chambers." Bian Yuqing's exhaustion was tossed to the back of her mind and she rose with a start. What happened? This was a matter concerning Xianxia, so her heart jumped to her throat in an instant. If anything were to happen to Xianxia, the pillar that held Voidland up, then Voidland's foundation would truly be lost. The disciple shook his head. "I'm not sure. I just saw it from afar when I was passing by. Second manager should head over as soon as possible." Bian Yuqing moved out without dallying for a moment, transforming into a bolt of light that shot towards Xianxia's chambers as quickly as possible. Before she could even get close though, Bian Yuqing saw the unusual situation witnessed by that disciple. With Xianxia's room at the center, the space in the surrounding area spanning a couple of dozen kilometers was in chaos. As if a mirror had been shattered and put back together by a child, light folded and interlaced, and everything inside of this warped region became distorted beyond recognition. She could vaguely feel a profound aura coming from inside this altered space. What is going on? Bian Yuqing was shocked. She could feel that the power fluctuations were extremely chaotic, but also extremely profound and mysterious. When she extended her divine sense to investigate, she simply could not probe into what was going on inside. Instead, she only felt dazed and confused. A number of disciples had already noticed the unusual scene and stopped to watch from afar, all of them with worried looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing did not dare to intrude, so she landed just outside the strange phenomenon. The chaotic void entered her vision clearly as pieces of space folded in on themselves, twisting and reassembling themselves. Her vision was so blurred that she could not even see what was happening inside this anomaly. Shua! A figure suddenly landed beside her. Bian Yuqing turned her head to see Yu He and quickly called out, Left protector. Yuhi's face was grave. Obviously, she had heard what was going on and had rushed over to investigate. Yuhi nodded lightly and asked urgently, "Second manager, what is going on?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4569, Enlightened. Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I've only just arrived and I don't know what's going on either. Didn't Sect Master say anything to you before going into retreat?" "Nothing." He frowned anxiously. "It must just be an unusual cultivation session." "Left protector can't see anything either?" Bian Yuqing was slightly shocked. Right now, she was only in the Emperor realm, so it was normal for her to not be able to see what was going on inside. After all, she was lacking in insight and strength. However, if even the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm he could not see through the chaos, then the situation must be quite unusual. Could it be a cultivation dissonance? When that thought came up, Bian Yuqing's face went pale. Yuhi seemed to have realized her concern and comforted, "Don't worry too much, it's not what you think. Young Master is probably just comprehending something. Hurry off to Dragon Sun Peak and invite Senior Baishi to come. With his eyes, he should be able to see something." Bian Yuqing nodded. "I'll go at once." Two mature divine spirits resided in Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin and Baishi. The former always secluded herself, having little to no interactions even with Yang Kai. Second manager Bian Yuqing could only meet Zhu Jiuyin if the latter was in the mood. However, Baishi was different. Despite being a venerable divine spirit, he was very amiable. Bian Yuqing would also visit Baishi occasionally. Knowing his temperament, it should not be difficult to invite him over. After rushing to Dragon Sun's Peak, she found Baishi, who was currently occupied with teaching Xiao He and Xiao Hong. After informing him about the situation, Baishi did not dare to dally either and rushed over to the site with her. In just a few moments, Baishi arrived, dragged over by Xiao He and Xiao Hong. "Senior." Yuhi bowed elegantly. Everyone in Voidland was very reverent and appreciative of this kind-hearted divine spirit. Baishi answered and looked up ahead. "Please take a look, Senior. What is going on over there with our young master?" "No need to worry." Baishi waved his hand and looked on solemnly. After a while, he made an exclamation of surprise. Staring straight at a certain spot in the void, he revealed a look of astonishment and surprise. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing stood by, not knowing what he had seen, but not daring to speak up and interrupt him either. Another while passed and Baishi suddenly raised his hand, probing the area in front. In front of everyone's eyes, when Baishi reached out into the chaotic space, his hand actually disappeared from everyone's view out of nowhere. A moment later, Baishi pulled his hand back. Neither Yuhi nor Bian Yuqing could hold themselves back from gasping in amazement because when Baishi's hand reappeared, the old man's wrinkly hand was wrapped in a crystal-clear material similar to a layer of porcelain with a strange power surrounding it. Baishi observed his hand for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Interesting." With a shake of his hand, the porcelain-like shine quickly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Senior, is young master in any danger?" Yuhi asked nervously. Baishi mused. "It's nothing you need to worry about. He is quite clearly comprehending some sort of divine ability or secret technique. And it is most likely related to the Tao of space and the Tao of time, which is why such a bizarre spectacle has appeared." Yuhi and Bian Yuqing exchanged glances, then breathed sighs of relief. "Keep an eye out on the situation and let me know if anything else unusual happens." After saying that, Baishi led the two children back. "Let me see you off, Senior," Bian Yuqing quickly offered. After sending Baishi back, Bian Yuqing hurriedly returned, dispersing the disciples who had gathered to watch the sights and ordering them to clear the area within several dozen kilometers of Yang Kai's palace while she and Yuhi kept a close eye on the situation here. In the coming month or so, the space around Yang Kai's home remained in a chaotic state of flux, but subtle changes did appear over time. Yu He and Bian Yuqing caught sight of very peculiar things in the chaotic space more than once. From time to time, visions of human figures would appear, and occasionally, it seemed like someone was fighting inside. However, since time and space were in such chaos, nobody could see anything clearly. The two were not even sure whether what they saw was real or an illusion. This situation continued for several more months. One day, the strange occurrences suddenly disappeared, as if they had never even existed, restoring the local space to its original state. Bian Yuqing and Yu He, who had been keeping watch nearby all this time, exchanged glances before both of them made their way towards Yang Kai's chambers. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes, still deep in thought. He had managed to gain a lot during this retreat. Since creating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had not had the time to properly look into the mysteries contained within it. However, now that he had some free time, it was just right for him to perfect this divine ability. However, Yang Kai discovered a problem when he reached this point. His understanding of the Tao of time lagged behind his understanding of the Tao of space. After all, the Tao of space was his foundation, and though he dared not say that his grasp of it was perfect, it was as good as it could be for his current realm. His Tao seal had been condensed with the Tao of space as its foundation, which later became the foundation for his small universe. However, it was different for the Tao of time. Yang Kai had cultivated the Time Fly's seal divine ability many years ago, but only superficially understood the Tao of time. Later, when he arrived at the ruins of the ancient battlefield between Flowing Time Great Emperor and Great Demon God, he witnessed the reverberations left behind from their great battle, gaining much inspiration from it. After a successful advancement into the open heaven realm, the sun rose and the moon set in an endless cycle within his small universe. The passing of time became far more vivid and enabled him to take a great leap forward in his comprehension of the Tao of time. However, when all was said and done, his proficiency in it still could not compare with his mastery of the Tao of space. If he were to divide comprehension of the Taos he held into different categories, then from lowest to highest, it would be arranged something like superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and eventually shocking history and amazing the present. In comparison, Yang Kai had barely reached the 7th level of mastery in his Tao of space, possibly touching upon the 8th. However, he was only barely at the 4th level of mastery when it came to the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to the special good fortune of his small universe. Otherwise, he would likely be stuck in the 2nd level. Space-time strength was a mix of two different principal strengths, so the difference in Yang Kai's grasp on the Tao of space and Tao of time limited the power he could display. He could only exert space-time strength equal to his level of mastery over the Tao of time when he executed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was similar to advancing into the open heaven realm. A barrel could only hold as much water as the shortest plank of wood it was made from. If Yang Kai was able to raise his grasp of the Tao of time, then the Sun and Moon Divine Will would definitely become even stronger. After months of study, Yang Kai finally saw the path extending towards the Grand Tao, and his eyes glowed. He had not been prepared to spend so much time on the Tao of time, as comprehending a Grand Tao relied on both quality and quantity. The Tao of space alone was enough for him to study for a lifetime, so if he wasted his time on studying and cultivating the Tao of time, it may not necessarily give him any benefits. However, now it seemed that he truly had to spend some effort studying it. This was the only way he could increase his strength within a short amount of time. And it was not too difficult to cultivate the Tao of time. Flowing Time Great Emperor also made his name as a great emperor through his mastery over the Tao of time, and currently, his two legacy disciples lived in Voidland, as did the Flowing Time Temple which contained his inheritance. What was more, Yang Kai could loosely be described as an in-name disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor. In fact, Flowing Time Great Emperor had split his mastery over the Tao of time that he passed on in his inheritance. Doing this would result in less immediate benefits to his disciples, but it would also allow them to better understand their own abilities and shortcomings, which would allow them to set their own course. Yang Kai had never encountered another master who had split their mastery over a grand Dao with such detail before. Now enlightened, Yang Kai got up and slowly walked out. As soon as the door was open, he was greeted by the worried gazes of Yu He and Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai had long felt their presence, so he was not surprised to see them waiting outside and gently nodded. "I managed to discover some things, but it seems I've made you worry." "Young master seems to have made good progress." Yu He smiled. She could feel subtle changes in Yang Kai's aura after not seeing him for the past few months, but she could not say what those changes were. "It was decent." Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "How has Void Land been doing?" Bian Yuqing hurried forward to report to him. When he heard that everything was fine and that Zuoquan Hui had not made any unusual moves, Yang Kai put his heart at ease. More than 10 months had passed since Zuoquan Hui blocked off the territory gate, but he never mobilized his troops during this time, only making his presence known in Flying Smoke territory and putting pressure on Void Land. Yang Kai knew that this guy was wary of Zhu Jiuyin's presence, but Yang Kai was also happy that the other side remained idle. "There are 2 things that I must tell Sect Master." "And, go ahead." Yang Kai nodded as he walked outside. Bian Yuqing hurried over to follow him and reported, "Firstly, someone called Xen Peng has come from the Black Territory, saying that it was under Sect Master's instructions to deliver supplies here every 6 months. Yang Kai raised his brow. "How did he get here? Where is he now?" When he was returning from the Black Territory, Yang Kai himself had been stopped on his way back through Flying Smoke territory. If Xen Peng managed to reach Void territory, then it was likely he came from a different route. Bian Yuqing said, "He has already returned. It seems like he came over from a different great territory, but he brought a lot of good things with him." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. If even second manager says they are good, then it must really be good. There were 2 sixth-order Yin element materials and 1 Yang element material. Besides that, there were 34 sixth-order materials of other elements, 262 fifth-order materials, and over 1,000 below the 5th order. So much. Yang Kai was visibly moved. Despite knowing that the ore star that he brought back from the Black Territory's depths was sure to hold great riches, he never thought that it would be so bountiful. It had only been half a year, so how much would they be able to obtain if the entire half of the ore star was mined out? And that was merely half of an ore star. What would happen if he could mine all of the ore stars in the Black Territory? There were even 2 7th-order materials. Bian Yuqing added. Yang Kai's brow jumped upon hearing that, but then he felt a twang of regret. The half-an or star he had brought back from the Black Territory's depths had been ground down by a great amount when it was pushed into the killing array, and he had no idea how many of its resources were lost during that ordeal, especially the 6th-order and 7th-order ones. However, this was the only way things could be done if Yang Kai wanted to mine those black stones. Those or slaves were simply unable to hold up for long in the depths of the Black Territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4570, Chaos gives rise to Yin and Yang. With no way to deal with the strange aura permeating the depths of Black Prison, they would inevitably incur losses when mining the ore stars located there. The amount of resources that Xen Peng brought over on this trip could not be described as large, but the quality was excellent. Without even mentioning the 2 7th-order materials, there were a total of 34 6th-order materials alone, with 2 6th-order Yin and 1 Yang element materials. The latter were exactly the materials that Voidland was most in need of right now. For the current Voidland, this was not exactly big news, but it was not small news either. However, knowledge about Xen Peng's visit was limited to only a few people. What else? Yang Kai gathered himself and asked. Gathering Yuan Union's young Union Master, Lu Jing came to visit a month ago, and has been waiting for Sect Master to exit retreat since his arrival. Yang Kai raised his brow. showing a look of surprise. At this juncture, almost over 70% of the Star City's merchants had left. Even for those who chose to remain, a good many of them were still on the fence. The great forces with cooperative relationships with Voidland were all wishing they could cut off contact lest they draw unwanted fire to themselves. Why would Lu Jing rush over here to see me during this time? Is he acting in the Gathering Yuan Union's name, or is he here by himself? Is he alone or with someone else? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yu Qing responded, apart from a few guards, he is alone. Yang Kai nodded, now having an understanding of the situation. An hour later, inside the reception hall, Yang Kai met Lu Jing. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Brother Lu, what can I help you with on this visit? Yang Kai looked at him curiously after taking a sip of tea. Lu Jing responded with some awkwardness, I have failed to make good on senior brother Yang's favor, and I originally did not have the face to return because of that, but I had to come regardless because I owe senior brother a life-saving grace. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, why are you talking about that? Lu Jing said, I have spoken to my father about senior brother's proposal. Originally, he seemed quite interested, but things changed. He sighed deeply with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai smiled, that's how business is. There is no need for it to sour our relationship just because the deal did not go through, so pay it no mind, Brother Lu. Last time, when Lu Jing came by, Yang Kai tried using distribution rights for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate a deal with Gathering Yuan Union. Originally, he figured that since Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships were spread across the 3,000 worlds, it would surely not be difficult for them to gather up some rarer resources. If Gathering Yuan Union could truly help him acquire the sixth order yin and yang element materials that he needed, then Voidland would not be at a disadvantage even if they exchanged some Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pills for them. At that time, Voidland and Zuoquan Hui had not broken out into a full confrontation yet. Though less than a year had passed since then, things had changed greatly. Voidland fought a great battle against Zuoquan Hui and his disciples, in which Zhou Ti was killed. Zuoquan Hui subsequently became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, then spread word of his feud with Voidland far and wide. Anyone who was slightly well-informed would naturally have found out about what happened. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile-based sect, so it was only natural for them to be very well-informed, which explained why Lu Jing said that things had changed. Even though his father was interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he also had to watch out for the stance of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. So, how could he dare to work with Voidland at such a time? However, Yang Kai did not care about that anymore. After heading to the Black Prison and bringing so many resources back, Voidland's immediate needs had already been satisfied, so they did not have to worry about cooperating with Gathering Yuan Union anymore. Lu Jing looked even more embarrassed now and hung his head low. Senior brother Yang's generosity is admirable. Yang Kai waved his hand and laughed. Brother Lu is exaggerating. Without the harvest from the Black Territory, he may have been slightly disappointed by how things turned out. However, with the Black Territory as a backup for resource production, the problem he had already been solved. Lu Jing raised his head and cupped his fist. Additionally, I have also come with a request. Yang Kai sat up straight and gestured for him to continue. Pray tell, Brother Lu. Lu Jing said, I would like to rent some shops in Void Star City and open a trade company. Yang Kai's face became serious. Is this Brother Lu's idea, your father's, or Gathering Yuan Union's? Moving into Void Star City was not a good choice in these times. There was no need to mention the merchants who stayed since they were originally established in Void Star City to begin with. Whether they left or stayed, Zuoquan Hui was in no position to question or rebuke them for their choice. However, to move in at this juncture would likely be interpreted by outsiders as a gesture of goodwill towards Void Land, which was no different than drawing fire upon oneself. There was no way that a business alliance as large as Gathering Yuan Union would not be able to see that. Lu Jing responded, this has nothing to do with my father or Gathering Yuan Union. I am solely responsible for this decision. Yang Kai looked deeply at him, clearly not believing him. Despite being the young Union Master, Lu Jing's cultivation was still only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. If his father had any objections to this idea, he had thousands of ways to keep Lu Jing from acting. How could he possibly have allowed his son to wade into these muddy waters? Since Lu Jing was here, then someone must be supporting him from behind. As a whole, Gathering Yuan Union likely would not support him in such a move. In which case, that must mean that as the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, his father had at least given his tacit agreement for Lu Jing to proceed. Doing things this way, however, meant that even if Voidland were to ultimately lose the war, Zuoquan Hui would have no reason or be in any position to give Gathering Yuan Union any trouble. It was not appropriate to speak about such matters openly, but it was fine as long as all involved understood the subtleties of the situation. As a result, Lu Jing was not deliberately trying to deceive Yang Kai. After a short pause, Yang Kai said, "Brother Lu, you should know what the current situation is like in my Voidland. Coming to our Star City at a time like this is not the best choice." Lu Jing smiled. "I understand what senior brother Yang is trying to say, but for a merchant, danger also signifies opportunity, does it not?" He winked playfully at Yang Kai as he said so. "Well, as long as you've made up your mind," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Jing was no child. As a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, he could make his own judgments and decisions. There was no need to coddle him with advice. Receiving Yang Kai's agreement, Lu Jing perked up and asked, "Senior brother Yang, how many shops can you offer me here in Void Star City?" Yang Kai laughed. "How many does brother Lu want?" Lu Jing said generously, "The more the better, naturally. The best would be if you could offer me a whole street or two." Now, Yang Kai was even more sure that Gathering Yuan Union's Union Master was behind this move, otherwise, Lu Jing would not have the guts to make such a big request. "You really don't hold back." Yang Kai laughed. After some thought, he continued, "I will contact the governor's mansion about this matter later, then you can go there and discuss it with Governor Mo yourself. Right now, the Star City has many empty shops to offer, so we will definitely be able to satisfy your requests." "In that case, many thanks, senior brother Yang." Overjoyed, Lu Jing stood up at once to bow. "There's no time to lose, I will head to the governor's mansion at once." Clearly, he was also eager and impatient to start his own business. And Void Star City was a place with the opportunity for him to do so. "I will send someone to go with you." Yang Kai contacted Bian Yuqing and had her arrange for someone to take Lu Jing over to the Star City. Naturally, Lu Jing thanked him again. While waiting for his escort to arrive, Lu Jing added, "By the way, senior brother Yang, about the things you were looking for last time, Gathering Yuan Union is unable to provide you with them for now, but I do know of 2 places that are rich with 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials." Yang Kai asked with great interest, "Oh? What?" Lu Jing casually blurted, "The first place is the Black Prison. Yang Kai should have met a woman named Wan Baifeng before, yes?" Yang Kai burst out in laughter inwardly, but on the surface, he kept calm and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, more than once." "Then that makes things easy. The Black Prison produces something called black stone, and these black stones can contain cultivation materials of all different orders and elements. If senior brother Yang could take over the Black Prison, then you will naturally have no need to worry about cultivation materials anymore." Lu Jing looked at him. There are many natural arrays all over the Black Prison. Even though Luan Baifeng is only in the 6th Order, not even a 7th Order Master can best her inside the Black Prison because of her mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. If senior brother Yang is truly interested, then you must be careful of Luan Baifeng. "I know a thing or two about the Black Prison situation," Yang Kai nodded. Inside, he thought to himself, "Not only do I know about it, I just came back from the Black Prison recently after carrying out N or Star from its depths." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What about the other place?" Lu Jing's expression became a bit serious when he mentioned the Black Prison and Luan Baifeng. Clearly, he knew the oddities present within the Black Prison as well as Luan Baifeng's strength. He was only a trivial Emperor Realm Master back then, so how could he dare to have any extravagant thoughts about them? However, he never thought that he would once again hear the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmers names, this time from Lu Jing. It was clear that though Lu Jing's cultivation was low, he was still well informed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4571, Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study. As Yang Kai's thoughts began to drift, he heard Lu Jing say, "The burning light and serene glimmer were born of opposing attributes and fought incessantly, filling the void with the elements, yin and yang. It was said that yin and yang element materials condense in places where they have passed, and are of a very high quality at that." Is this news reliable? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. It was not that he did not trust Lu Jing, but how could Lu Jing know something that even the proprietress could not find out? Sure enough, Lu Jing laughed embarrassedly, "I have only heard someone else mention it. Maybe it was just a rumor. After all, nobody has seen it for themselves." Yang Kai thought to himself, if you're not sure, then why say it? However, Lu Jing was clearly only trying to give Yang Kai a hint. It was up to Yang Kai to decide what he wanted to do with that information. Within a few moments, Bian Yuqing brought someone over, and Yang Kai sent Lu Jing out. There was no need for him to worry about anything happening at the Star City since Mo Mei was there to take care of it. For now, allowing Lu Jing to build up a new trade company in the Star City may not be of much use to Voidland, but in the long run, it could help with leveraging the power of those supporting Lu Jing from behind, gathering Yuan Union. After the fight here was over, the Star City would begin to develop again, and this would be of great benefit to both sides. After Lu Jing's side was settled, Yang Kai headed to Water Spirit Land without delay. A large number of people that were brought over from the Star Boundary were housed in Water Spirit Land, including members of the Dragon Clan. There was a huge lake in Water Spirit Land, and at the very center of that lake hovered a palace that was just like an island. Yang Kai moved to the front of the palace and looked up, where he saw the characters, Flowing Time Temple, shining brightly. A white shadow rushed out of the main entrance and ran circles around Yang Kai like a puppy, saying excitedly, "Adoptive father, what are you doing here?" Another beautiful figure appeared subsequently from the Flowing Time Temple, standing gracefully and smiling at Yang Kai, bowing, "Big brother." Two more rushed out of the Flowing Time Temple, one a beautiful girl, and the other, a fierce elderly man with an unkind frown. It was Lu Yen and Xianxia. "Master!" Lu Yen called out to him softly. "En!" Yang Kai responded. Then, slapping his palm down, he stopped Yang Xiao, who was turning circles around him, instantly freezing him in place. After rubbing Yang Xiao's head, his white hair became a mess. Yang Kai beckoned, "Let's talk inside." Then, grabbing Yang Xiao by the scruff, he carried him inside. Yang Xiao's calves trembled, and he looked to Yang Shui for help, but the latter stuck out her tongue at him. As the brightest star of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, Yang Xiao was afraid of next to nothing beneath the heavens. Even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Zhuan, his true parents, could do nothing about him. The Dragon Clan's two great elders had once thought their son could never be born, and had subsequently spent many, many years mourning their loss, so when he finally was born, they doted on him greatly. How could they even think of restraining him? The only one the boy feared was Yang Kai. Since arriving in the outer universe, Yang Kai had been busy all year round and had little time to spare, so the two did not see each other often. Yang Xiao had no idea what his adoptive father had come to do this time, but he could not think about what he had done wrong during this recent period either. At most, he pulled a single hair from Old Man Bai Shi's beard when he was receiving a lesson from him. "That old man didn't tell on me, did he?" Yang Xiao's heart was beating in fear. "Adoptive father, have some tea." Xianxia was very attentive after entering the flowing time temple and offered up tea on his own initiative. Yang Kai glanced at him and took a seat without standing on ceremony while the other three stood in front of him. After accepting the tea and taking a sip, he put on the dignified air as an adoptive father and asked straightforwardly, "How has your cultivation been going?" Yang Xiao hurriedly answered, "I have been to Senior Baishi's home frequently, listening to his lectures about refining one's bloodline. It feels like I learned a lot." Yang Kai nodded and put down his teacup. "Then tell me more about this lesson." Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then his mouth became like a tumbling river, blurting everything that he learned. Yang Kai listened for a while and nodded, "Good. Senior Baishi is an extremely old and wise divine spirit who carries a potent dragon vein. His experiences are extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the dragon clan. If you are free, then you should go to his place more often and pay your respects. Until the dragon altar is found, Senior Baishi will be the only guiding light for the dragon clan's rise." Yes, adoptive father is right. Senior Baishi is highly respectable. Father and mother also tell me to see him often. Next time I hear you disrespected Senior Baishi, I will send you back to the star boundary. Yang Zhao's eye twitched, but he still acted like a good boy. "Your son won't dare to do it again." "Shuer, how have you doing recently? What stage are you in right now?" Yang Kai looked up at his biological younger sister. If possible, Yang Kai would have preferred to guide Yang Shui in her cultivation personally, but he had constantly been on the move recently. With so many matters requiring his attention, he simply had no time to spare. Yang Shui smiled. "I was just able to condense my wood element." Yang Kai raised a brow. "Where did you start from?" "The water element power. Water gives life to wood. Since coming over from the star boundary, you have condensed your own Dao seal and two powers, the water element and the wood element. That is quick progress. Let me see." Yang Shui had only been cultivating for a short time, after all. Even though her aptitude was outstanding, the progress of her cultivation was still not comparable to many of the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. She could not even match Yang Kai's wives in certain aspects. After all, when Su Yan was still in the emperor realm, Yang Shui had not even been born for long. Saying so, Yang Kai reached a hand out to Yang Shui, who put her own hand onto his palm in a docile manner. After circulating his energy and doing a quick check, Yang Kai nodded. "A stable Dao seal is the greatest safeguard one can have when advancing into the open heaven realm. Your foundation is solid, but still lacking when compared to others, so you must not advance recklessly." Strictly speaking, for those who came from the star boundary, apart from the great emperors who had remained at the peak of the emperor realm for a long time and whose Dao seals were stable enough for them to break through to the sixth order open heaven realm directly, were still a little lacking, even the pseudo-great emperors. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others, unless they were willing to spend a lot of time solidifying their own Dao seals. However, this was no trouble with the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in Yang Kai's possession. Of these two items, the first could strengthen one's Dao seal, allowing cultivators an even broader future. The second could then protect them during their advancement into the open heaven realm, greatly reducing the risks that could come with breaking through. Without these two items, there was no way that Voidland's heritage could be as strong as it was today. "I will do as Big Brother says." Yang Shui nodded obediently. "Also, the wood and water elements that you have condensed are the gentlest of the 5 elements. That is why it took little effort and little risk to condense them. However, wood stokes fire, and the fire element power that you will have to condense next will not be this simple. When that time comes, your Dao seal will have to withstand a much greater impact than ever before, and if it can't hold up, the consequences will be dire." Yang Shui nodded and said, "I will definitely prepare myself well before proceeding." Yang Kai then turned to Lu Yen and Xianxia. "The cultivation of a divine spirit is mainly to develop one's bloodline, which is different from human cultivators, so you will have only yourselves to depend on." Xianxia nodded before commenting, Even though Senior Bai Shi is a dragonkin, he said that the cultivation of a divine spirit's bloodline is similar in almost all circumstances, so we also often go to his home to listen to his lectures. Yang Kai nodded, "That's for the best." Lu Yen asked, "Has Master come for something this time?" "Yes, just a small matter." Yang Kai looked at Xianxia. "I need to study the Tao of Time, so I may need to use Senior Flowing Time's legacy inheritance. There's no problem with that, is there?" Xianxia followed Flowing Time Great Emperor as his mount, and with the latter's passing, he was tasked with passing down Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, and was fortunate enough to find Yang Shao and Yang Shui. However, the legacy inheritance was not something that could be borrowed lightly, so Xianxia had to be informed beforehand. Xianxia pondered for a moment before responding, "Naturally, others may not ask for it, but it is no problem for Sir. You can ask the two young masters about the inheritance." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, I will not hold back." Yang Kai spent the next few months in the Flowing Time Temple, discussing the Tao of Time with Yang Shao and Yang Shui. The two of them had accepted the full legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor, so their proficiency in the Tao of Time was not low, almost at the traversing of familiar path level, which was exactly where Yang Kai was as well. However, they had not been cultivating for as long as Yang Kai had, and Yang Kai had also taken a giant leap forward in his understanding thanks to the evolution of his small universe. The fact that they were now on equal footing with him was a testament to the two young ones' efforts. The Tao of Time was as esoteric as the Tao of Space, perhaps even more so it took a while for Yang Shao and Yang Shui to explain all of the mysteries they inherited from Flowing Time Great Emperor. Combined with the insight that he had gained from his own cultivation over the years, Yang Kai was naturally able to gain a lot of benefit. Yang Shao and Yang Shui also benefited a lot from this discussion. Much of Yang Kai's insights and ideas were things he had discovered on his own through his personal experiences. He was now a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his insight was generally more profound compared to Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Standing at a higher realm allowed him to see a broader picture. Often his thought-provoking words would cause Yang Shao and Yang Shui to fall deep into thought. Time passed quickly as they cultivated and discussed with each other, and all three of them were able to make significant improvements in the Tao of Time. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. If Yang Kai was said to merely be at the fourth level of master regarding the Tao of Time when he arrived, then after his discussions with Yang Shao and Yang Shui, he had now reached the fifth level, mastery through comprehensive study. The same went for the two younger ones. Yang Kai had no idea what level of mastery Flowing Time Great Emperor had reached. After all, he made the Tao of Time the foundation of his cultivation. However, at the very most, he did not surpass the sixth level. Flowing Time Great Emperor was certainly a great genius, but he was only a great emperor back then who did not even reach the Open Heaven realm. Thus, his cultivation could not be compared to Yang Kai's. Yang Kai was pleased with this harvest, while both Yang Shao and Yang Shui were also pleasantly surprised by their gains. Gaining a deeper mastery over the Tao of Time also solidified Yang Shui's Tao seal considerably, and naturally, the divine abilities that she performed through the use of time principles also became more powerful. Just the Time Fly's seal had become twice as strong as it had ever been. Half a year later, Yang Kai returned to his chambers in order to improve his Sun and Moon divine wheel and space-time strength. He had already thoroughly absorbed the legacy inheritance left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor, and the rest was now up to him to study. It would be difficult to gain anything more now through external means. Even though he did not have the chance to use the Sun and Moon divine wheel again to see the results of his labor, Yang Kai felt that there would definitely be a significant improvement compared to the past. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4572, Beneath a big tree there is cool shade. 3 years had passed since the territory gate between Voidland and Flying Smoke Territory had been blockaded. Voidland had spent most of those 3 years in closed-door cultivation and consuming countless materials. Now, the results were clear for all to see. The most obvious result was that there were more than 500 new Open Heaven Realm Masters. On average, several, or even up to a dozen people, advanced into the Open Heaven Realm every month. The cultivators from the star boundary were naturally not as fast. Most of them were still building up their foundations to prepare for advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, while most had not even managed to break through to the Emperor Realm yet. The newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters all came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundant City. Back then, when Yang Kai brought a few thousand people back from Abundant City, their cultivations had been perpetually limited to the peak of the Emperor Realm due to the special environment and blood principle restriction of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, making it impossible for them to explore the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai brought them out and lifted the blood principle restriction, giving them the freedom to surpass that limit and providing them with a favorable cultivation environment so that they no longer had to worry about anything. For those cultivators who had long gained the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven Realm yet were unable to break through due to their circumstances, it was only natural that group after group of them suddenly shot through to the Open Heaven Realm. Mo Mei and the others were able to advance into the Open Heaven Realm very quickly, which added more than 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters to Voidland in one go. However, the potential of Abundant City's cultivators had not been exhausted yet. Over the years, the cultivators who came from Abundant City advanced into the Open Heaven Realm one after another, constantly strengthening Voidland's heritage. The majority of those who broke through later did not reach high orders. Even those in the 5th order were few and far between. Most of them were either in the 3rd order or the 4th order, but there were many of them, and there was still the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to guarantee their safety. For other great forces, even the cave heavens and paradises, it was impossible for them to guarantee that any of their disciples would succeed in breaking through into the Open Heaven Realm. But Voidland could. Even those who advanced into the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm were able to obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Advancing into the 3rd or 4th Order was not difficult to begin with, so where would there be any chance of failure with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? So far, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland had already broken through to the 4-digit mark. It was foreseeable that more cultivators from Abundant City would be joining the ranks of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the coming days. Yang Kai had long expected this result, but when Bian Yuqing reported the figures to him, he was still unable to stop himself from beaming with joy. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 3,000 worlds and landed in Seven Wonders Land as a worker, he had to do so much meticulous planning and careful accounting for just a few to several dozen Open Heaven pills. How could he have imagined that he would one day have over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command? To bring a force of this caliber out in the world, which great force in the 3,000, save for the major cave heavens and paradises, would be able to compete with them? Voidland was filled with great talents, and now had a mighty army equipped with the finest arms. No matter how much Voidland tried to hide this, with so many people advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, traces would surely leak out. Heavenly Sword Union, under Zhuoquan Hui's command, had obviously planted some spies outside of Voidland, and they even had some henchmen planted in the Star City right now. Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing knew this, but they had no way to pluck them all out and naturally had no way of getting rid of them. Perhaps stimulated by the constant appearance of newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters, though Heavenly Sword Union had been idle in the first year, they had begun making tentative moves starting from the second year. Every so often, ships bearing Heavenly Sword Union's banner would wander within Void territory. Even though they did not dare come too close to Voidland nor attack the universe worlds, they still scared the smaller forces under Voidland so much that they were all constantly trembling in fear. In addition to Voidland, Void territory housed 7 other third-class great forces, all of which could be described as subordinates of Voidland that survived by relying on their protection. Third-class great forces did not even have mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in their ranks, so when they saw Heavenly Sword Union's ships loitering around their doorstep, they were naturally all distraught and rushed to Voidland for help. Void Land dispatched troops many times to support their subordinate forces, but by the time they arrived, Heavenly Sword Union's ships had already disappeared from sight. After several repetitions of this behavior, Bian Yuqing was determined to set up a patrol of Open Heaven Realm Masters to monitor the situation in Void territory. With this, small skirmishes would break out eventually as both sides were bound to meet. Void Land had the home advantage in these fights, and the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters under them was also massive, so they naturally had the advantage that basically allowed them to win every fight. The tentacles that Heavenly Sword Union plunged into Void territory to probe the situation inside had all been cut off without bringing back any gains, but they still continued blocking the territory gate leading from Flying Smoke territory to Void territory, showing no intention of starting an all-out war. It was clear that they were still hoping to snuff Void Land out by dragging things out. In actuality, Heavenly Sword Union's decision couldn't be called a mistake. 3 years had passed and the resources accumulated by Void Land had been greatly reduced due to this chokehold. Now, there was also little income flowing in from the Star City, and with so many more Open Heaven Realm Masters to support, the rate at which their supplies depleted also increased. Void Land's resources wouldn't be able to last much longer. Martial Peak, Chapter 4573, Zhu Qing's Rapid Development. The other bearers that were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had all been forced to refine Sixth Order or even higher materials by the divine spirits supporting them, but most of their aptitudes were not good enough to directly advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. For the long term, it was best for them to take one step down and advance into the Fifth Order instead. The divine spirits of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would not think about the long-term development and future of their bearers. They were merely helping their bearers to refine higher order elements just to strengthen them up and give them an advantage in the spirit-seizing war. As for whether or not there would be hidden dangers to these actions, why would the divine spirits care? However, in general, Fang Yu and Xiang Ying would both face more risk than the great emperors in their ascension to the Sixth Order. They did not possess the deep heritages of the great emperors, nor the divine Dao water to reinforce their Dao seals. Even if they were able to refine Sixth Order materials now, the dangers they would have to face in the future would only become greater. Otherwise, why would they join Void Land? There were so many great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and with their aptitude, it would not be difficult for any of them to enter any of those great forces, but they were attracted here by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. It was foreseeable that the barrier that they must break through in order to ascend into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be a barrier of life or death. Success would mean life, and failure would result in death. They had no other choice. Apart from these two, the rest understood their limits and did not apply for any Sixth Order materials, but rather opted for materials of the Fifth Order. Bian Yuqing replied, We might not have much else in Void Land, but we do have plenty of Fifth Order materials. Yang Kai nodded. With the divine medicine, gourd vine, it would only take them a month to collect a complete set of Fifth Order materials. As long as they were given enough time, Void Land would definitely see no shortage of Fifth Order materials. However, in the short term, Void Land's resources would be scarce until the crisis forced upon them by Heavenly Sword Union was lifted. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly saw two tiny figures rushing in from the outside. It was Xiao Hong and Xiao He. Just like in their original forms, Xiao Hong had a fine appearance in human form like molded porcelain or well-cut jade, but Xiao He looked as crooked and appalling as ever, drooling from time to time. Yang Kai smiled. What brings the two of you here? Has Senior sent you? Xiao Hong said urgently, Young Master, quickly go and take a look. Something is not right with the young madam. Grandpa sent me to call you over. Yang Kai's face turned serious and he got up. Which young madam? Bian Yuqing's face also became serious. That is, the one with the red hair. Xiao He added from the side while sucking up the drool that was dripping down his face. Red hair, it's Zhu Qing. Yang Kai had no idea what happened, but since Bai Shi called for him, then it must be serious. Not daring to delay, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at a platform on Dragon Sun's peak. There were a large group of people gathered here, all of whom were from the Dragon Clan, forming a circle. It was not known what they were looking at, but when they heard the noise, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Zhuan, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong all turned their heads to look at him. "Adoptive father!" Yang Xiao quickly shouted. "Yang Kai, you're here?" Zhu Yan nodded lightly at him. What happened? Heart hanging from his throat, Yang Kai moved through the crowd. Bai Shi, who was standing inside, did not turn around. He stood there, hunched over, reassuring him, "No need to be nervous. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's good news." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was confused. "See for yourself," Bai Shi pointed. Yang Kai looked over and saw Zhu Qing sitting down cross-legged, surrounded by a blood mist. The blood mist was just like a living being that lingered around her. Inside, Zhu Qing had a peaceful expression on her face as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai carefully observed the blood mist surrounding Zhu Qing's body and could feel the might of her dragon vein coming from it. "You sense it, don't you?" Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai answered tentatively, "Qing'er's dragon vein is growing stronger." "Exactly." Bai Shi nodded. "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai did not understand. Zhu Yan explained, "Just now, we were listening to Senior's lesson on refining our bloodline. Fifth Elder must have had an epiphany." "That's a good thing, right?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. "Of course it is." Bai Shi nodded. "The growth of a divine spirit is a constant metamorphosis, and each transformation brings about great improvements. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Qing Girl is now in the process of that metamorphosis." Yang Kai finally put his worries aside and grinned, "Many thanks for your tireless guidance, Senior." Bai Shi waved his hand. "I merely offered them directions. The reason this little girl was able to see a result so quickly is because of her pure bloodline. And out of all of you young dragons, this girl has the purest bloodline." Young dragons? The Dragon Clan elders all had awkward looks on their faces, but since it was Bai Shi who said it, none of them dared to refute him and accepted it in silence. "So, what makes one a mature dragon?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Shi shook his head and laughed. "There is no such thing as a mature dragon, only a grand dragon." After a pause, he added, "To be able to evoke their original forms and take on a body over 10,000 meters long, that is the limit one must exceed to be called a grand dragon, and only a grand dragon can be as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master." 10,000 meters long. Zhu Yan was astonished. He was the great elder of the Dragon Clan, so it was reasonable to say that he was the strongest one. Not even Zhu Qing could compare. However, his body was currently only 1,000 meters or so in length. He was still far away from reaching 10,000 meters. Yang Kai was also secretly speechless. When he executed his dragon transformation secret art, he could reach a few thousand meters in length, which he thought was amazing enough. However, he never thought that he would still be thousands of meters away from becoming a grand dragon. "You're also a young man with a strong physique, so don't you feel lonely?" Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. "You're the Dragon Clan's great elder. Is it all right for you to speak like this? If your clansmen were to hear this, where would your prestige go?" Fu Zhuan, who was standing to the side, interjected with a smile. "If we can really allow the Dragon Clan to have a few grand dragons, even if its prestige goes down the drain, so what?" Yang Kai stared at her in shock. "Second Elder, why are you saying such things?" He turned to Zhu Kong and asked, "Fourth Elder, don't you have anything to say?" Zhu Kong muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pat Yang Kai's shoulder and sighing, "Many thanks in advance for your hard work." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He looked towards Bai Shi for help. However, the old man, who had been observing everything for a long time, just stroked his beard and encouraged, "If you plant the crops until the field's well, you'll definitely gain something." Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like someone had just stabbed him in the back. Seeing Zhu Yan about to speak again, Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and stopped him. "Great Elder, the Dragon Clan's future cannot depend on me alone, but I can promise you that I will find the Dragon Altar as soon as possible. If I can find it, the Dragon Clan will no longer be trapped here, and its future will be bright." Zhu Yan was stunned for a moment before stating, "The Dragon Altar is the Dragon Altar while you are you. We are not certain when we'll find it, or if we ever will. So let's talk about you first." How could Yang Kai be willing to continue this discussion? Putting on an act, he took out his communication bead and looked at it before raising his brow and saying, "Something happened in Star City, I'll go take a look." He turned to Bai Shi and requested, "Senior, please look after Qina." Nodding, Bai Shi assured, "Rest assured, if there is any change, I will inform you right away." Yang Kai thanked him before escaping towards the Star City. Seeing him flee, Zhu Yan was also helpless, while Fu Zhuan heaved a sigh. "We were too impatient. We've frightened him off." Zhu Yan grinned meaningfully. A man's heart always longs for spring sceneries. How could such a good thing scare him? This isn't the first time this has happened. Perhaps he's still just too happy to say it out loud. Fu Zhuan glanced at him casually. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Yan quickly coughed and replied, "I'm an old man, so naturally I won't act like those young ones." Fu Zhuan coldly snorted, "So, what do we do now?" Zhu Yan thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the barrier and swept his eyes over the clan members in front of him. "Boys, leave, girls, stay. We have some things to tell you." The male members of the Dragon Clan looked at each other in dismay. A moment later, with an exasperated shout, Fu Ling, who was wrapped up in sheets like a dumpling, was tossed out of the palace. Before she could land on the ground, the enraged Fu Ling transformed into her true form, a giant purple dragon. Shaking her head and flicking her tail, she breathed out a purple dragon breath which caused the defensive array around the palace to flicker. After venting her anger, Fu Ling left in a huff. From that day on, whenever Yang Kai showed up in Voidland, there would always be a female dragon who would appear and follow him. Not every one of them was as unrestrained as Fu Ling. Some of them were bold and hot while others were shy and tender. Nonetheless, being entangled by so many female dragons made Yang Kai feel helpless. However, Yang Kai could never agree to be a dragon stud. Not in the past and not now. Zhu Qing's achievements today were not done in a day or two, but rather because he had been nourishing her for a long time. If he really went along with Zhu Yan's plans, Yang Kai would probably have no time for anything else and would be stuck pleasing those female Dragon Clan's members with his heart and body indefinitely. If Yu Ru Meng and the others found out about this later, Yang Kai was certain that he would never have any good days ahead of him. So, although his heart wavered, he refused to give in. Thus, regarding this matter, even Zhu Yan and the others were rendered helpless. After all, one could not force an ox to bend its head to drink. Martial Peak, Chapter 4575, Iron Blood's Breakthrough. In Voidlands with Spirit Province, where there were endless mountain ranges with jagged rocks covered in lush forests. On a certain spirit peak, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged and staring at another spirit peak 100 kilometers away. He had been sitting here for more than 2 months now. With these two spirit peaks as the center, a radius of several hundred kilometers had been marked as a restricted area and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. A streak of light flew over and landed beside Yang Kai as a sweet fragrance spread in the air. It was none other than Yu He. As their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu He, standing quietly beside him, asked in a low voice, gazing into the distance, "Young master, how is the situation?" "For the time being, there shouldn't be any big issues. We just need to see when Senior Ironblood will be able to completely refine the yang element material. As long as he completely refines it, he will be able to split heaven and earth apart and form his small universe." After a short pause, he asked again, "Has everything been arranged?" He replied, "Everything has been arranged. Second manager is bringing them over right now." Yang Kai nodded. 2 months ago, Iron Blood Great Emperor had received his 6th order Yang element material and was preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had also made many preparations for this and had especially found many open heaven realm masters to teach him about the things he needed to pay attention to in order to break through smoothly. This kind of experience was exactly what Iron Blood Great Emperor needed. With this guidance, he would be able to avoid many risks. It had been almost 2 months since Iron Blood Great Emperor began refining his final element material, so it should be about time for the results to be revealed. He was the first cultivator from the star boundary to ascend to the open heaven realm. This was extremely significant to the current void land and the people from the star boundary as a whole. Therefore, Yang Kai arranged for some people to attend the ceremony. These people were all preparing to break through to the 6th order, so being able to personally observe and emulate Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough would be of great benefit to them in the future. When Old Bai was breaking through to the 5th order open heaven realm, the proprietress had specially brought Yang Kai to watch for precisely this reason. As the two were speaking, they saw a large group of people flying towards them. When they got close, all of them landed on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The ones in front were naturally the great emperors from the star boundary: Hong Qin, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. Next were Yang Yen, Li Wu Yi Bing Yun, Xing Yu Zhu, and the other pseudo-great emperors. After them were Yang Kai's wives, Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, Yu Ru Meng, and Ji Yao. Yang Shui, Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yuner, Xiang Ying, and Feng Yu also came. Everyone greeted him one by one, but there was no time for small talk as everyone's eyes turned towards Iron Blood Great Emperor. After observing for a while, Duan Hongqin furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "He's probably still refining the last material, but it should be about time. We'll know in half a month at most." Duan Hongqin nodded slightly and suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect that we would also be able to break through to the open heaven realm." They were trapped in the star boundary and unable to see the vastness of the outer universe. Only by leaping out from there did they realize how small the world they lived in truly was. However, everyone understood that the greatest contributor to everyone's success today was undoubtedly Yang Kai. If he hadn't provided them with an unlimited amount of cultivation materials, even if they had jumped out to the outer universe, they might not have had a good result. Since their arrival from the star boundary, the great emperors rarely gathered together as they were usually busy with their own cultivation. If Yang Kai hadn't asked them to attend this event, they would still be in retreat. Now that they had gathered together, there was naturally a lot to talk about, so it didn't take long for them to start chatting. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead shot a glance at his wives before walking to the side. Seeing this, the several women quickly followed. Although Yang Kai would often find time to guide Su Yan and the others in their cultivation, most of the time, they would be in retreat so they rarely saw each other. As such, it was only natural for them to feel a little lovesick. There were many people gathered here, and since it was inappropriate to show too much affection in public, Yang Kai simply checked the cultivation progress of each of the women one by one, answering all of their questions in detail and allowing them to benefit greatly. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was talking to his women, suddenly turned his head in the direction of Iron Blood Great Emperor and shouted, "It's starting!" The muttering on the spirit peak suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their attention to the platform where Iron Blood Great Emperor was sitting cross-legged. Bit by bit, an extremely profound aura suddenly started rising. Is the arrangement over at the Star City done? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. He quickly replied, everything has been arranged. Mo Mei will personally keep an eye on it, so there won't be any mistakes. Yang Kai nodded. Start the array. He accepted the order and summoned the array jade. Immediately, her hands danced around as the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array that enveloped Voidland was extremely powerful, but the more powerful the Spirit Array, the more energy it consumed to operate. Normally, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was not fully activated, especially now that Voidland was lacking in resources. At this moment, under the control of He, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array's Bewildering Array, Illusion Array, and Barrier were all activated. When Iron Blood Great Emperor broke through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, there would inevitably be a great disturbance. If there was no Grand Array to isolate him, it was highly likely his breakthrough would be spied upon by outsiders. Heavenly Sword Union was like a tiger eyeing its prey right now. At a certain moment, the flaring aura suddenly disappeared, shocking everyone. They thought that something terrible had happened to Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, soon after, a strange feeling slowly spread out. When they probed, they sensed that the place where Iron Blood Great Emperor was standing was a chaotic mess, as if everything in this world had been turned into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as he recalled the scene of him breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm. How could he not know that Iron Blood Great Emperor had reached the final step? He couldn't help feeling excited. A fierce shout suddenly rang out from Iron Blood Great Emperor's side. Open! A violent rumbling sound rang out as chaos erupted and heaven and earth split apart. The aura of the newly born universe world spread out in all directions like a thunderstorm, spreading fierce gales and causing everyone's clothes to flutter. Success! Duan Hongchen exclaimed softly, his eyes glowing with envy. Haha! Iron Blood Great Emperor laughed heartily. Amazing! Martial Beast Great Emperor curled his lips. Show off! Although he said so, there was still pride in his eyes. After all, they were all great emperors, and with Iron Blood reaching the Open Heaven Realm, he would soon be able to catch up. Yang Kai's tense heart finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled. Everyone, please come with me to congratulate him. Saying so, he took the lead and flew forward while the others followed closely behind. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Iron Blood Great Emperor stood there, gently clenching his fists. His face filled with confidence as if he could grasp the entire world in his palm. Yang Kai could understand what he was feeling. On the martial Dao, the gap between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was a big leap, a qualitative change that was difficult to describe, especially with Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. At this moment, the strength he possessed was thousands of times greater than before. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment before replying, "Since you don't know, you don't need to know." With a flick of his finger, world force suddenly converged. Pa! The elderly man's head exploded as red and white matter sprayed out in all directions while blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Bian Yuqing, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly trembled, obviously frightened. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person before, but she hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so decisively and take the old man's life without any warning. Jin Yuan Lang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a menacing look. Since Blizzard's sect was willing to act as Heavenly Sword Union spy, they were enemies, so there was no need for them to show any mercy. Yang Kai's actions were to his liking. As the old man's small universe collapsed, the power of the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm suddenly dissipated as the headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Yang Kai looked up at the remaining two and asked, "What do you know?" The remaining man and woman were only in the third order open heaven realm. Seeing their leader being killed so ruthlessly, their faces immediately went pale and their courage shattered. The man's legs started trembling as he begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. If there's anything you need, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." As if he was afraid he would die if he spoke too late, he quickly replied. Yang Kai turned to look at the woman again. The woman's face turned pale as she quickly expressed her stance. "This mistress is the same. If sir has any questions, feel free to ask." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "That's better." After pondering for a moment, he stated, "The one who tells me the most will live, the other will die. Elder Jin, take one of them away." "Yes." Jin Yuan Lang accepted the order and reached out to grab the man, ignoring his pleas for mercy and resistance as he took him away. Yang Kai turned to the woman and calmly continued, "You should understand what I want to know." The woman nervously gulped as her breathing became erratic. Her chest heaved up and down and she put on the best flattering smile she could as she gently nodded. "This mistress knows." Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask any more questions, she began speaking. She was frightened out of her wits, which caused her words to be extremely disorganized. Moreover, she was afraid that she would reveal less than her companion, so she said whatever came to her mind. Yang Kai listened with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The more he acted like this, the more panicked the woman became. After a long time, the woman finally stopped and looked at him with a timid expression. As expected, these people from the Blizzard sect were spies planted by Heavenly Sword Union in Void Star City. Blizzard's sect originally had a shop in the Star City, so before Heavenly Sword Union sealed the territory gate, they contacted them and asked them to monitor the movements of Voidland. They had ordered them to report every piece of news they found. Previously, when they saw Voidland's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array activate, they too were unable to see what was happening inside, so they thought that something big had occurred. As such, they prepared to go to Flying Smoke territory to report the situation, but they didn't expect to fall into Yang Kai's trap. "Is that all?" Yang Kai looked up at her. The woman quickly shook her head. "Yes, sir. This mistress and the others also didn't want to do this, we were forced to do so. Gathering Smoke territory and Heavenly Sword territory are neighbors. If we didn't comply, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely not spare us." Zhu Qing continued, "All these years, we sisters have been cultivating hard, but have never been able to help you much when you were out roaming the world. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do something. We can't live under your wings forever, always allowing you to shield us from the wind and storms. Big Sister and the others must be thinking the same and working hard for this goal." Yang Kai had a belly full of words but couldn't say them. Even though he was still reluctant, his heart was filled with warmth. "In any case, if I want to go, even if you don't allow me to, I'll go myself unless you lock me up," Zhu Qing proclaimed angrily. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and nodding. "If you want to go, you can go." Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai in shock. "You're not lying?" She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree to her request so easily. "I'm not lying." Yang Kai replied seriously before turning to look at the old man. "Senior, please take care." Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Zhu Qing's waist and flew off. A moment later, numerous large and small ships flew out from Voidland, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the territory gate. Void territory was vast, so it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the territory gate. If Yang Kai was alone, it wouldn't have taken him so long, but now that there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland accompanying him, their speed was naturally slower. Inside a room aboard the Falling Lotus, Zhu Qing was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray and her hair disheveled as she was sweating profusely. Lifting her head, she rebuked with great difficulty, Aren't we going to war? If others find out, what will we do? Yang Kai grinned and replied, "It will take some time to get there, so we can't waste time. Senior said that I can help you purify your bloodline, and with each transformation, your strength will grow, so I must work hard." Zhu Qing was already in a daze, unable to speak, her entire body glowing with a faint red light. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I would have worked much harder and not wasted so much time before. Martial Peak, Chapter 4578, Take the Initiative to Attack. The enormous territory gate was stretched across the void, slowly rotating in an endless cycle. Outside the territory gate stood a grand palace. This palace was a combination of defensive, offensive, and flight-type artifacts. Both inside and outside the palace, one could see cultivators walking back and forth. Yang Kai led the many Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters to a nearby place and immediately spotted the palace. Heavenly Sword Palace. Old Bai whistled and exclaimed, "They even brought this thing out. They really want to settle down in our void territory." "Have you seen it before?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. Although there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and there were even 16 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, in terms of experience and knowledge, none of them could compare to those from the First Inn. For many years, they had followed the proprietress around, collecting all kinds of information about the 3,000 worlds. There were very few things they didn't know about in the outer universe. Old Bai replied with a shake of his head, "I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of the famous Heavenly Sword Palace. Back then, in order to forge this artifact, Heavenly Sword Union nearly went bankrupt, yet it still took them nearly 100 years to complete it." Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered a top second-class force, yet they had almost gone bankrupt and spent so long to refine a single artifact. From this, it could be seen just how much Heavenly Sword Palace had cost them. The more they spent on it, the more it could not be underestimated. Although he had not personally witnessed the power of Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai could still feel that it had an impregnable defense and unstoppable offensive power. This kind of artifact had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary artifact. It was a weapon of war. With such a powerful weapon, Heavenly Sword Union's morale would definitely soar. In comparison, Voidland seemed somewhat shabby. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, noting that Voidland's forces had taken up position about 1 million kilometers away from the territory gate. This distance wasn't far, but it was definitely not close either. 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would not take them long to cross such a distance. Moreover, there were no obstructions in the void, so if their eyesight was good enough, they could even see individual cultivators across this kind of gap. Ships of all sizes were scattered across the void. If we get the opportunity, we should forge a palace artifact for ourselves. Otherwise, if we encountered such a situation again, our morale would be greatly reduced before the fighting even begins. Unfortunately, Voidland was currently short of resources, so now was not the time to consider such things. "You didn't see Zuoquan Hui?" Yang Kai turned to look at Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe slowly shook his head, "No." Yang Kai focused his attention on the Heavenly Sword Palace. Since Zuoquan Hui hadn't shown up, either he hadn't come here and was still hiding in Flying Smoke territory, or he was inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Yang Kai estimated that the former was more likely to be the case. If he really came, he would not let Mao Zhe and the others leave so easily. Of course, he could have been hiding in Flying Smoke territory and had now come along with the Heavenly Sword Palace. Even though a great killing weapon like the Heavenly Sword Palace had been taken out, it was still standing guard near the territory gate. Obviously, they were only trying to probe the situation and weren't preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Otherwise, they would have mobilized the entire Heavenly Sword Palace and directly attacked Voidland. Of course, directly attacking Voidland was something Zuoquan Hui definitely didn't have the courage to do. With Bai Shi and Zhu Jiao Yin standing guard, How could he dare to act presumptuously? Setting up the Heavenly Sword Palace near the territory gate, he could attack or retreat at will. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted, Zuoquan Hui acting vigilant and cautious. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai stated in a low voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to the battle against Heavenly Sword Union. You can only rely on yourselves. Be careful." The group of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him were stunned, most of them not understanding what Yang Kai meant, but a few of them quickly reacted. Yang Kai's strength had far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order Masters, so if he were to take action, no one from Heavenly Sword Union would be his opponent. At that time, he would definitely provoke Zuoquan Hui to take action, and once Zuoquan Hui appeared, the situation would become difficult to control. After all, no one on their side could restrain a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, Zuoquan Hui was hiding, mainly because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who hadn't made an appearance yet. If Yang Kai didn't show himself, Zuoquan Hui also wouldn't show up easily, which would benefit Voidland greatly. Yu He was the first to understand this point, so when she heard this, she nodded and declared, "Young Master may rest assured. If Zuoquan Hui doesn't take action, Heavenly Sword Union is nothing but trash." For the current Voidland, they indeed had the qualifications to evaluate Heavenly Sword Union as trash. "Let's set up camp first. I don't know how long Zuoquan Hui's probing will last," Yang Kai ordered, and everyone readily agreed. Several figures flew out and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, a shattered spirit province from who knows where was brought over and set down before everyone landed on it. This shattered spirit province was a barren rock one could find floating about in great territory. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still a good place to temporarily establish a camp. After settling the necessary details, Yang Kai immediately summoned all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for a war council. Everyone expressed their own opinions, and soon determined the most important task at hand, which was to determine the strength of Heavenly Sword Union. "Know thyself, know thine enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles." It was a saying true in any circumstance. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Union's disciples were all holed up in and around the Heavenly Sword Palace, so it wasn't easy to identify or count them. Hearing this, Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted, "They sure are courageous, daring to take the initiative to attack." On his left, an old man stroked his beard and smiled. "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, a young man's temper is too hot, but this is just what the Union Master wants." This old man was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, but because of his advanced age, he stopped caring about worldly affairs and dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation. After Zuoquan Hui had entered Heavenly Sword Union, Zuoquan Hui didn't care if he was willing or not and dragged the old man along to serve him. Zuoquan Hui swept his gaze over the crowd majestically. "Who will meet the enemy?" The group of people below all looked at each other in dismay. Unlike Voidland's forces, who all volunteered to be the first to attack, no one here answered. Zuoquan Hui had not hesitated to drag Heavenly Sword Union into this war in order to avenge his fallen disciples, so the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Union were naturally not very motivated. Eventually, someone suggested, "Union Master, how about we let these weaklings come over and show them the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace?" The Heavenly Sword Palace was a treasure that excelled at defense, offense, and mobility. If the people of Voidland dared to approach within 10,000 kilometers of it, those inside wouldn't even need to take action personally. The Heavenly Sword Palace's various arrays were enough to deal with them. If the enemy was careless enough, they might even be killed. However, how could Zuoquan Hui do such a thing? If he wanted to destroy Voidland and kill Yang Kai, he would first have to cut off their wings. If he really used the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it would only cause Voidland to retreat helplessly, which was not in line with his goals. Moreover, the people of Voidland weren't fools, so why would they purposely put themselves in danger? This was to be the first real confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, yet no one had taken the initiative to help him resolve his problems, causing Zuoquan Hui to be quite annoyed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4579, Pressure. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui had a cold and gloomy look on his face. The oppressive pressure of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was filling the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The one who spoke realized that he had said something wrong and couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Union Master, this mistress requests permission to lead our counterattack. I hope Union Master can grant my request. Just as Zuoquan Hui was about to lose all face, Luan Baifeng stepped up and elegantly bowed. Zuoquan Hui glanced at her warmly and nodded. Warden Luan is quite considerate, but with 3 6th Order Masters attacking together, you alone will be outnumbered. Although his cultivation was an order higher than Luan Baifeng's, she had chosen to join him on her own, and now that she had taken the initiative to offer herself to save him some face, Zuoquan Hui was naturally quite polite to her. Turning his head to the other side, he shouted, Huang Quan, Jin Gang, Song Yen. Being called out, no matter how unwilling Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's trio was, they could only brace themselves and step forward. They cupped their fists and responded, This subordinate is here. I'll leave those 3 to you. Zuoquan Hui looked at them indifferently. How could Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others dare to refute? Since they had submitted to someone else, they had to act like lackeys. The trio respectfully agreed. Rest assured, sir, we will make sure they never return. Turning around, they gathered their forces and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. A moment later, a great battle broke out in the void. This was not the first time the 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star had fought with the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Union had emerged from Flying Smoke territory, these 6 had been the first to fight. The 3 Mountain Lords, who were standing guard in Void territory, were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat until Yang Kai arrived with reinforcements. Only then did they show their faces again. It could be said that both sides knew each other and were evenly matched. For a while, all kinds of large and small fights broke out in the void as the cultivators released various divine abilities and artifact attacks. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, whether it was Heavenly Sword Union or Voidland, everyone knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle, so both sides acted with a certain degree of restraint. The scene might look exceptionally spectacular, but its participants were all acting cautiously. After fighting for half an hour, with the exception of a few who were injured, not a single fatality had occurred. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle, but a tacit understanding between both parties. Yang Kai, sitting in the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed at the distant battlefield. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face turned livid. If he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle, how could he force Yang Kai to take action? If Yang Kai didn't take action, how could he have the chance to kill him? Just as Yang Kai had planned to give Luan Baifeng a chance to participate in the battle so she could send him a message, Zuoquan Hui's planned something similar. As long as he could force Yang Kai to show his face, his plan would be halfway there. Even if the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was protecting Yang Kai, it was not impossible for Zuoquan Hui to kill him. The last time he had been injured by Yang Kai was because he had been careless. This time he would not lower his guard. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, his revenge would be complete. As for the other residents of Voidland, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Seeing the state of the battle, Zuoquan Hui was unhappy and called out once more, Huang Mao, Liang Su, Qi Xian, Dan Yang. The 4 people below all stood up and accepted their orders. These 4 were all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai had once asked Luan Baifeng about the strength of Heavenly Sword Union, and she responded that there were 4 6th Order Masters that she and the public were aware of. 2 of them had been killed by Yang Kai, leaving only 2 behind. However, she had no idea about those who were hiding in the dark. Huang Mao and Liang Su were the two who were known to the public, while Qi Xian and Dan Yang were the hidden masters of Heavenly Sword Union. Both of them were older generation masters, and basically spent all their time in secluded retreat. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't taken over Heavenly Sword Union, how could they have appeared here? Then again, Heavenly Sword Union and Yang Kai did have a kind of irreconcilable enmity between them. They wanted to use Zuoquan Hui's power to avenge the death of two of their union masters, so they didn't have any objections to his orders. The four of you will lead more people to support Huang Quan and the other two. You must gain the upper hand. Yes. The four quickly responded. Zuoquan Hui then turned to the remaining sixth order disciple from his lineage and ordered, Ziyan, you go too and act according to the situation. Master, don't worry, this disciple understands what she must do. Ziyan clenched her teeth and turned around. The hatred in her eyes threatened to burn the world. Zuoquan Hui currently had many sixth order subordinates, but he only had one true confidant, and that was Ziyan. After all, she was his direct disciple, so her loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, only Ziyan knew what Zuoquan Hui was planning. Does Martial Uncles will want to end this battle quickly? A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. As soon as the battle began, Zuoquan Hui had sent out almost all of his sixth order open heaven realm subordinates, so his intentions were obvious. A smart person would naturally be able to guess what he wanted. Zuoquan Hui replied in a low voice, Martial nephew is right, this monarch does have such intentions. Zuoquan Hui didn't show any trace of politeness towards others. He ordered them around as he liked, but towards this person, Zuoquan Hui was extremely amiable. He had no choice in the matter, as this person's background could not be underestimated, and just like Luan Baifeng, he had taken the initiative to join him. So, naturally, Zuoquan Hui had to treat him with respect. The person took a short pause before continuing. According to the information we've gathered, there are a total of 8 sixth order open heaven realm masters in Voidland besides Yang Kai. The next moment, the Tai Yin Yang chart began rotating rapidly, like a giant millstone crushing the void. World force fluctuated wildly as miserable screams rang out. The people on the shattered spirit province were dumbfounded at this sight. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had been itching to fight, broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the sudden change in the battlefield, secretly wondering what would happen if they were enveloped by this kind of divine ability. They might not end up dead, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Who is that? Iron Blood Great Emperor turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hesitated before replying, it should be Yin Yang Cave Heaven. You invited them? Bustling World Great Emperor asked. These two had suddenly appeared without any warning, and Yang Kai had never told them about this either. Yang Kai denied, shaking his head, I don't know about this either. He really had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for those two taking the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have even known they were here. By the looks of it, Su Linggong didn't ignore him. His status as a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law still seemed a little useful. Then do we still attack? Iron Blood Great Emperor stared at Yang Kai. No need for now. Yang Kai waved his hand, just continue hiding. Some of the great emperors wore looks of disappointment on their faces. It had only been a short time since they had broken through to the sixth order open heaven realm, so they hadn't had a chance to carefully test their strength yet. They had thought that this was an opportunity, but who would have thought that people from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would suddenly appear and intercept the enemy? For a moment, they didn't know if they should thank or curse them. With a massive burst of energy, the Tai Yin Yang chart that had been suppressing the entire region suddenly shattered as several figures flew out. Originally, Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had brought some 40 or 50 open heaven realm masters below the sixth order from Heavenly Sword Palace, but now only half of them remained. The rest were all dead. Furthermore, almost everyone who was still alive was injured, with the exception of those at or above the 5th order. Although Pei Wenxian wasn't hurt, he was still in a sorry state. After breaking free, he roared, "Qing Kuei, Su Ying-shui, you court death." In the void, Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui stood side by side. The former sneered when he heard this and snapped back, "Such impudence! It seems you need a good beating." Luan Baifeng stood to the side, not saying a word as she adjusted her messy clothes slightly, feeling a heavy weight lifting from her chest. She had been worried that Yang Kai would be forced to act and give Zuoquan Hui a chance to kill him, but by the looks of it, the sudden appearance of Yin Yang Cave Heaven had resolved this crisis. From her standpoint, she should be thanking Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui, so she naturally wouldn't say anything, but neither would she let her expressions betray her thoughts. "You dare attack me?" Pei Wenxian stared coldly at Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui. "I'm afraid you've forgotten what happened to Chu Huashang. I will definitely report this matter to Yin Yang Cave Heaven and have you condemned as accomplices." Back then, Chu Huashang had only interfered with Yang Kai's affairs, nothing too serious, yet she was forced to become a prize for the Dao Theory Assembly and was sentenced to 100 years of confinement. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui's actions just now were much more serious than Chu Huashang's, as they had directly killed others. If they really followed the rules set by the cave heavens and paradises, they would definitely be charged with the crime of creating internal strife. Qing Kuei, however, wasn't intimidated and sneered. "If you can't beat others, you whine and complain to your elders? Is this myriad demons heaven's way of doing things? How eye-opening." Qing Kuei also didn't have a good impression of myriad demons heaven. The reason why his little junior sister had encountered such a terrible situation was because of myriad demons heaven's Tizheng, so how could he have any goodwill towards Pei Wenxian? Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "Whatever you say, this matter will be decided by your Yin Yang Cave Heaven." Qing Kuei wore an aloof expression while Su Yingshui stated indifferently, "There's no need to worry about that. Senior brother and I are no longer Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples." "Huh?" Pei Wenxian gawked, wondering if he had misheard her. "Because the two of us defied our honored master's commands a few days ago, we were expelled from the sect, so we are no longer Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples." Su Yingshui's expression remained flat, as if she was discussing the weather rather than their expulsion from their master sect. Pei Wenxian's face was filled with shock. "The two of you were expelled from Yin Yang Cave Heaven?" His first thought was that it was impossible. Su Linggong had taken in a total of 3 disciples in his life, and each of them was extremely precious to him. Even if they had committed a grave mistake, he would not be willing to expel them from the sect. Moreover, all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered part of the elite forces of any cave heavens and paradises and were more than capable of holding the position of an outer sect elder. How could they be casually expelled from the sect? Even if Su Linggong was willing, Yin Yang Cave Heaven would not let them go so easily. At the very least, their cultivations would be crippled. However, on second thought, this explanation sounded somewhat familiar. Zuoquan Hui's lineage could rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise, so why couldn't Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui be expelled from Yin Yang Heaven? Su Linggong was obviously trying to cheat, but thinking about the other party's character, it wasn't strange for him to act so shamelessly. "Good, enough idle chatter. Boy, are you ready?" Qing Kuei palmed his fist tightly as he looked towards Pei Wenxian with a grin. "Ready for what?" Pei Wenxian's brow twitched. "Ready for a beating, of course. I hope your skin is thick enough so you don't get beaten to death by father here." As he finished speaking, Qing Kuei raised his fists and pushed his world force towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian cried out in alarm as the demon qi around his body surged, transforming into a black cloud that engulfed his body. Although it had been a few years since he had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and his foundation had somewhat stabilized, how could Pei Wenxian be a match for a veteran 6th Order master like Qing Kuei? Although he knew that Qing Kuei couldn't really kill him, being beaten half to death was still quite embarrassing, not to mention painful. So, when he saw Qin Kuei charging straight at him, Pei Wenxian immediately used his divine ability to conceal himself while falling back and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, the cave heavens and paradises had interacted with each other for countless millennia, so even if they didn't know each other's techniques and divine abilities like the back of their hands, they had a certain understanding of them at the very least. Qin Kuei didn't even bat an eye as he rushed into the demonic cloud, and a moment later, Pei Wenxian's muffled grunts clearly rang out. On the other side, Su Yingxue went straight to Luan Baifeng before the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Unlike how Qin Kuei had proclaimed that he would beat Pei Wenxian, he had to hold back a bit in order to avoid killing him. In the end, Pei Wenxian was still a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, so if he were to die, it would definitely cause a huge stir. The current battle between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union was all because of the death of a core disciple, and this was only possible because of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven applying political pressure from the background. If it weren't for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Voidland wouldn't be facing Heavenly Sword Union, but Thousand Crane Paradise. Su Yingxue, on the other hand, didn't need to worry too much about this. When she attacked, her killing intent surged and every move she made was deadly. However, Luan Baifeng didn't dare to say anything to her and could only try to resolve the situation on her own. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was no pushover. Although her background wasn't as high as Su Yingxue's, her 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Cultivator was extremely profound. For a time, the fight between the two as they exchanged moves one after another was quite a spectacular sight. Zuoquan Hui had sent Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng as a last resort, but they were unable to finish their mission. Furthermore, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had sent out were also preoccupied with different opponents and were unable to extricate themselves. As for those below the 6th Order, they were suffering heavy casualties because they were outnumbered. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face was so dark and gloomy that it looked as if it could blot out light from the entire world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4581, Can Expect Great Things. This was the first official confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, and it was also a battle that was destined to be fruitless. For Heavenly Sword Union's side, as long as Yang Kai does not show up, Zuoquan Hui's scheme would be impossible to achieve. As for Voidland, they could not reveal the hidden strength in their hand before they had a certain degree of confidence in killing Zuoquan Hui. There were now 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the battle, and over 1,000 Masters were below the 6th Order. Across the million-kilometers-wide battlefield, everyone was locked in a heated melee and bathed in blood. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed over the battlefield and issued a series of orders. More and more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order rushed to the front to solidify Voidland's advantage. Since Heavenly Sword Union had decided to follow Zuoquan Hui's lead, they couldn't blame Voidland for not showing any mercy. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all of Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order, it would be a great victory. At that time, Zuoquan Hui's group of 6th Order Masters wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes focused on a certain spot on the battlefield. After he observed carefully for a moment, he raised his hand and called out, "Lu Shui." Reporting. Lu Shui, who had been standing beside him as the messenger, came forward. "Go deal with that Myriad Demons Heaven disciple." Yang Kai directed her in a certain direction. Lu Shui followed the direction of his finger and soon caught sight of her target. Although she didn't know what was so special about this Myriad Demons Heaven disciple, since Yang Kai had personally ordered her to do so, she could only faithfully obey. "Yes, sir," she quickly replied, but just as she was about to head out, she suddenly received Yang Kai's voice transmission and nodded in response, "Rest assured, sir." Her figure flickered as she transformed into a streak of light and sped across the battlefield. A moment later, Lu Shui arrived in front of her target and slashed her sword towards the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple. The Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with extraordinary strength. He was currently locked in a fierce battle with Jin Yuanlang. Seeing Lu Xue join the battle, not only did he not become afraid, he even licked his lips as if he had seen some delicious food. Lu Xue couldn't help but shudder as an inexplicable sense of dread filled her heart. Still, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and sent him a message without a moment of hesitation. The Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple's face, which was beaming with fighting spirit, suddenly went stiff. He pushed his demon chi madly as he retreated 100 kilometers before raising his eyes and looking towards the distant shattered spirit province. Lu Xue and Jin Yuanlang could care less about what he was thinking and attacked from the left and right. But the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple only parried the attacks, seemingly no longer having any intention of fighting back. In a 2-against-1, with both of them being 5th Order Masters, the Myriad Demon's Heaven Disciple quickly fell into a disadvantageous situation. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he was always able to find a way to survive. After fighting for a long time, Lu Xue and Jin Yuanlang both sighed in amazement. The two of them had almost killed this man several times, but he still managed to stay alive and kicking. If it weren't for the fact that he was clearly a 5th Order Master, the two of them would have suspected that he was concealing his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky every time? While everyone was talking, the battlefield had been cleaned up and the Open Heaven Realm Masters returned victoriously. Inside an impromptu hall hurriedly built on the shattered spirit province, Yang Kai stood up and greeted everyone. Yang Kai introduced Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue to everyone, which immediately caused an uproar, but after exchanging greetings, both sides sat down calmly. "Senior brother Qin, senior sister Su, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Worry was clearly written on his brow. Furthermore, wouldn't stopping Pei Wen Xian cause trouble for you? Will it implicate martial Uncle Su? If everything went smoothly, Pei Wen Xian would be able to advance to the 8th Order. In any cave heaven or paradise, he would be a future pillar of the sect. Qin Kuei, on the other hand, was lost in shock as he wondered, where did these people come from? He was so shocked that he didn't even hear Yang Kai's question clearly. "Senior brother." Su Yingxue gently elbowed him. Qin Kuei was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and calmly replied, "Oh, junior sister and I have already been expelled from the sect by Honored Master, so there's nothing to worry about." After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, as if he was trying to figure out what was going on. What? Now it was Yang Kai's turn to be shocked. Expelled? Being expelled from the sect was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who had committed grave mistakes would receive such a harsh punishment. The disciples who were expelled from the sect would be scorned, and they might even be hunted down. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue were both in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm and could be considered Su Linggong's left and right arms. Even if they had made a terrible mistake, how could they be expelled from the sect? But soon, Yang Kai understood and smiled bitterly. Martial Uncle Su has put in a lot of effort. The so-called expulsion from the sect was definitely just an excuse to the outside world, just like Zuoquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Crane Paradise. What's more, since Su Linggong could expel them from the sect, he could naturally find an excuse to have them return. Any ordinary high-rank Open Heaven Master would care a great deal about their face and reputation and might not be able to do this, but Su Linggong didn't care about such things. Su Yingxue indifferently stated, "Honored Master said that junior brother Yang was in trouble and we couldn't personally help, so he felt uneasy. Moreover, he also had a certain responsibility for this matter, so he sent senior brother and me here to help." Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed his head. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle Su, many thanks, senior brother Qin and senior sister Su." Qin Kuei waved off and stated, "There's no need to be so polite with us. Originally, Honored Master wanted to come here personally, but the sect didn't agree." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I wouldn't dare trouble Martial Uncle Su. Originally, he had some complaints about Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Although he was the one who killed Zhao Xing from Thousand Crane Paradise, since the rules of the Dao Theory Assembly had been set long ago, Yin-Yang Cave Heaven should have helped him resolve this problem. Under the pressure of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Thousand Crane Paradise was unable to publicly and justifiably target Voidland, but Zuoquan Hui, who had rebelled, had still caused Voidland to suffer greatly. Now though, Su Linggong had sent Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue to assist him. And if it weren't for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's disapproval, Su Linggong would have personally come to assist him. The resentment in Yang Kai's heart immediately disappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 4582, Consumption. When Qin Kuei saw the entire hall filled with Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters, especially the 7 who had just broken through to the Sixth Order directly, he could almost picture another cave heaven or paradise rising within the next few 10,000 years. Senior Brother Qin, Senior Sister Su, you have provided my Voidland with great help by coming here. If not for you appearing when we fought Zuoquan Hui, we wouldn't have been able to catch him off guard. Qin Kuei's eyes flashed as realization dawned upon him. So that's your plan. Even Su Yingxue and he didn't know that Voidland had so many Sixth Order Masters, so it was likely that Zuoquan Hui didn't know about this either. This point was also clear from the way Zuoquan Hui had arranged his forces today. According to the original intelligence, Voidland had 8 available Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters apart from Yang Kai, whereas Heavenly Sword Union had a total of 10. Heavenly Sword Union had first sent out 8 Sixth Order Masters to deal with Voidland's 8 Sixth Order Masters, then sent out the last 2 to exert pressure. If Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the situation, he would have no choice but to show himself. Once Yang Kai appeared, Zuoquan Hui would have a chance to act. This was probably Zuoquan Hui's original plan. The battle between the two sides was not only a life and death struggle between their Open Heaven realm subordinates, but also a psychological contest. Unfortunately, Zuoquan Hui's luck seemed to be bad. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue, who had appeared out of nowhere, had foiled his plans. Who knows how he might be venting his anger in Heavenly Sword Palace right now. Senior Brother Qin, I only have one question right now. Yang Kai leaned forward slightly. Qin Kuei stretched out his hand and stated, Junior Brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. If I know it, I won't conceal anything from you. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, Can Zuoquan Hui be killed or not? Hearing this, Qin Kuei's pupils immediately shrank. He was taken aback by Yang Kai's courage and appetite and was suddenly at a loss for words. Although he and Su Yingxue had received orders from their master to assist Yang Kai, they had never harbored any hope of killing a high-rank Open Heaven Master. From the start, their plan was to protect Yang Kai and retreat to Voidland. After all, they were from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so Zuoquan Hui would have some scruples more or less, so he couldn't just kill them. As long as they could retreat to Voidland, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai with Baishi's protection. Pondering for a moment, Qin Kuei asked, Is Junior Brother Yang worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise? Yang Kai indifferently replied, I killed Zhao Xing and Zuoquan Hui jumped out. If I kill Zuoquan Hui, who knows if Thousand Cranes Paradise will jump out? Qin Kuei's scalp went numb. He could not figure out why he had started discussing the topic of killing a high-rank Open Heaven Master with Yang Kai, but he felt like he was dreaming. After all, how could a high-rank Open Heaven Master be so easy to kill? Although the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters on Voidland's side was massive, if they were to fight against a veteran Seventh Order Master, things would not end well for Voidland. Still, Qin Kuei lightly nodded in response, That's true, but Zuoquan Hui's situation is different from Zhao Xing's. Yang Kai humbly requested, Senior Brother Qin, please enlighten me. Qin Kuei waved off and continued with a wry smile, It's nothing so profound. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and had a chance to break through to the Eighth Order in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 4583, Stalemate. Currently, all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the nearby Great Territories, with the exception of a few with powerful backgrounds, had been recruited by Zuoquan Hui, greatly increasing the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters he had under his command. For the time being, they were still inferior to Void Land, but it was difficult to say if this would remain the case as time passed. Although every battle ended in Void Land's victory, there were inevitably some casualties, and the surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters were quite exhausted, requiring them to expend plenty of resources to restore their strength. It had become a battle of attrition and resources. Without enough resources to restore themselves, Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to maintain their full strength at all times, and if they were to fight again, it would be harder for them to hold on. If this continued for a long time, Void Land would eventually be unable to hold on, and at that time, it would become a decisive battle. When Luan Baifeng sent this message over, even though Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, he couldn't help cursing the old dog's cunning. Before this, Void Land had been sealed off for 3 or 4 years and had already used up countless supplies. Now that the war had broken out, the consumption of resources had become even more severe. If it weren't for the rich accumulation of the Star City's resources in the early years, they would not have been able to hold on for this long. Even so, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. In order to coordinate with this strategy, from the second battle onwards, the Open Heaven Realm Masters dispatched by Heavenly Sword Union did not even wear space rings. Obviously, it was to prevent Void Land from having the chance to collect spoils of war from the corpses. After more than a dozen large and small battles, Void Land still held the decisive advantage thanks to their numbers, but they had not been able to collect any supplies from the enemy corpses all this time. Zuoquan Hui's intentions were obvious, and he was not even trying to hide them anymore. He kept sending out his Open Heaven Realm subordinates one after another, leaving Void Land no choice but to fight back. Usually, every battle was followed by a few days of peace, which was ultimately followed by another battle. While voices of discontent rose on Heavenly Sword Union's side, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Void Land's side were exhausted. Both sides had fought countless times in a short span of a year. The number of Open Heaven Realm Masters Void Land had lost had almost broken through the 200 mark. Although the numbers were replenished steadily by the headquarters, it was still not enough to make up for their losses. Heavenly Sword Union's losses were even greater. Their losses were at least 3 times their enemies'. The void was filled with the blood of Open Heaven Realm Masters within 1,000,000 kilometers of the territory gate. Such heavy losses had angered Yang Kai. Several times he wished he could lead all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fight Zuoquan Hui to the death, but after having personally experienced the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had no choice but to give up on this idea. Any rash action on his part without absolute confidence could lead to even worse consequences. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui on Heavenly Sword Union's side was also extremely annoyed. Such a long battle had almost exhausted his patience, and Yang Kai hadn't even shown up once, denying him the slightest opportunity to exact his revenge. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, many 6th Order Masters were gathered, while Zuoquan Hui sat above with a gloomy expression. He was just an ordinary 5th Order Master, but these people who had jumped out were all 5th Order Masters, and there was even a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master leading them, so how could he resist? He used all his strength to activate the spirit arrays on his ship, but they were destroyed in less than a dozen breaths of time. The next moment, a few divine abilities shot towards him. He struggled to resist them before flying backward, coughing up blood. Only then did the Xianyuan Cave Heaven Elder stretch out his hand and grab the woman who had been hiding in the ship. The woman's face was pale from the series of events that had transpired, but she was still someone who had weathered all kinds of great storms, so she didn't show too much fear. She grit her teeth, staring at the young man in front of her angrily. "You really know Yang Kai, right?" the young man asked coldly. The woman refused to answer. The young man scanned her from head to toe and clearly saw her cultivation. A frown appeared on his face as he muttered, "Strange, you just formed your Dao seal, yet you have a fifth-order open heaven realm master to escort you. It seems your identity is extraordinary. Tell me, what is your relationship with Yang Kai?" The sixth-order open heaven realm pressure was extremely powerful, and the woman had just formed her Dao seal, so she was unable to resist at all. She could feel that her Dao seal was showing signs of collapsing under this terrifying pressure. Her blood and energy kept surging, but it was still impossible to suppress. "Pooey!" She spat out a mouthful of blood towards the young man. The young man didn't move at all, but the arrow of blood disappeared under the pressure emanating from him. He immediately slapped the woman with the back of his hand, instantly knocking her unconscious. Fortunately, he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Zhuoquan Hui's side. Otherwise, He and Lan Sun would have died today. It was also thanks to Luan Baifeng's decisiveness that she had been able to save He and Lan Sun, albeit at the expense of her identity being exposed. Yang Kai didn't know why He and Lan Sun had fallen into In Xen Zhao's hands. He could only ask He about this matter later. Moreover, Lan Sun's condition made him a bit worried. It was obvious from her appearance that she was unconscious and listless. He had no idea what kind of horrid things she had gone through. Back then, Bright Moon Great Emperor had sacrificed his life for the star boundary. Without the Bright Moon Great Emperor, the current star boundary would have ceased to exist. Lan Sun was his only blood-related descendant left, so Yang Kai couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When he brought those 600,000 people from the star boundary to Void Land, many from Star Soul Palace had also come with him, but Lan Sun refused. To her, the star boundary was the home of Bright Moon Great Emperor who had used his life to protect it, so she was extremely attached to it. That was why she had chosen to remain in the star boundary and Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai didn't force her. After all, there were many people who had stayed behind to guard the star boundary, including Yang Yingfeng, Dong Suzhu, and High Heaven Sects head manager, Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai had also ordered He to guard the star boundary, so he thought nothing would happen. However, something unexpected had happened. If he had known such a situation would occur, he would have brought Lan Sun along. But thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't Lan Sun this time, it could have been Hua Qingxi or someone else. Suppressing the roiling emotions in his heart, Yang Kai looked ahead again, but he failed to see Zhuoquan Hui's figure. Zhuoquan Hui was clearly chasing them, but he was nowhere to be seen. That old dog is still as timid as a mouse. It wasn't surprising that Lan Sun was able to form her Dao seal. After all, she was the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor and had inherited the Bright Moon physique of the Great Emperor. She was also Star Soul Palace's palace master and had an outstanding aptitude. Even before Yang Kai first left the star boundary, Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Although she had congealed her Dao seal a bit quickly, it wasn't impossible. Head manager Hua Qingxi congealing her Dao seal was also somewhat acceptable. However, Yang Kai was well aware of his father and mother's aptitudes. The reason why his parents hadn't followed him to Voidland back then was because they considered their own aptitudes to be lacking. Even if they had come to the outer universe, it wouldn't have benefited them much, so they decided it was better for them to remain in the star boundary and guard Yang Kai's homeland. Although the First Order Emperor realm wasn't high, it was still quite good in the current star boundary. Yang Kai had spent countless resources and effort to achieve even this, so it was quite hard to believe that his father and mother had grown so tremendously in such a short time. It was not like it was impossible for Yang Yifeng and Dong Suzhu to condense their Dao seals eventually, but it was absolutely impossible for them to have done so in such a short time. The great emperors naturally understood this, which was why they and Yang Kai were so surprised. This speed was too fast. Hey, he continued, it's not just young Lady Lan Sun and Sir's honored parents. Over the years, many Emperor Realm Masters had appeared in the star boundary. I've never seen anyone's cultivation rise so quickly, and it's not just one person, but essentially everyone in the star boundary. Why is that? Yang Kai asked with a puzzled expression. Could it be that there was something special about the star boundary that I hadn't noticed? What's more, the star boundary was ruined by Mo Sheng, and the great battle had nearly caused the entire star boundary to collapse, leaving it in an essentially desolate state. He looked around and hesitated. Yang Kai stated, if you have something to say, just say it. No one here is an outsider. He replied with a nod. This subordinate once went to the star boundary to investigate, and I believe the reason why it has undergone such a dramatic change is related to the trees Sir planted there all those years ago. Martial Peak, Chapter 4589, Returning Nurturing to One's Roots. The last time he returned to the star boundary, Yang Kai had taken 600,000 people with him and left Embodiment in the demon realm. Embodiment possessed the body of a stone spirit clansman and had the ability to refine all kinds of impurities, making him the perfect candidate to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was made just for the Stone Spirit clan, so Yang Kai had long since imparted this heaven-defying evil art to him. Yang Kai had no idea how Wu Kuang had managed to resolve the various drawbacks brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. He had tried cultivating it in the divine armament world, and although his cultivation had improved at a rapid pace, the higher his cultivation, the harder it became for him to control his temperament. Fortunately, his powerful dragon vein was able to somewhat suppress the side effects, otherwise, Yang Kai would have long since suffered from cultivation dissonance. After leaving the divine armament world, Yang Kai no longer dared to touch the heaven-devouring battle law, lest his mind and temperament become warped. The two universe worlds, the star boundary and demon realm, were neighbors and quite harmonious. Looking around, the demon realm didn't seem to have changed much, but Yang Kai could feel a vigorous vitality from the star boundary. He even saw a huge tree canopy that covered a vast swath of sky on the top of a tall mountain. Naturally, this was the location where he had planted the world tree root. Over the years, the world tree's root had grown to an astonishing height. Yang Kai was completely speechless. The world tree he had seen in the great ancient ruins boundaries primordial land wasn't nearly this big, so he didn't know how it grew this large. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar aura rapidly approached him. Yang Kai turned to look and saw a black light shooting through the void and appearing in front of him the next instant. When the light dissipated, The figure revealed was that of embodiment. When their eyes met, Yang Kai grinned and greeted, "Long time no see. You're back." Embodiment also smiled and greeted in an echoing voice. "I'm back." Yang Kai took a deep breath. The feeling of chatting with his soul clone was quite strange. Embodiment checked him out from top to bottom before raising his brows slightly. "The things you've experienced over the years are truly fascinating." Embodiment was formed from a wisp of Yang Kai's soul that had entered the body of the dead stone spirit, so he could be considered his soul clone. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they could naturally communicate with each other. Thus, as long as Yang Kai opened his mind, Embodiment could see everything he had experienced over the years. There are many dangers in the outer universe. Without any foundation, I could only put my life on the line and compete, Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Is someone pursuing you?" Embodiment looked deep into the void. Yang Kai nodded. "I don't know if they have already entered this great territory, but you must be careful." His expression became solemn as he asked, "When did the star boundary begin to change?" Embodiment replied, "See for yourself." Yang Kai nodded and probed his soul clone's memories without a trace of politeness, quickly understanding everything. As the main body, Yang Kai was naturally able to spy on the experiences Embodiment had gone through. Although Embodiment had always been stationed in the demon realm and the star boundary were neighbors now, so the changes in the star boundary naturally came under his attention. The changes in the star boundary could be described as silent and invisible. Even if this matter could be concealed for a while, it couldn't be concealed forever. If they could stop the Heavenly Sword Palace at the Territory Gate, it would be fine, but if they couldn't, Zuoquan Hui would kill his way to the star boundary. If a great battle broke out without any forewarning, it would only make Dong Su-ju more worried. Dong Su-ju immediately asked nervously, "How is this enemy's cultivation compared to yours?" "He's stronger than me, but we have more people than him, so mother doesn't need to worry," Yang Kai comforted. Dong Su-ju's expression became even more worried. "You're already in the 6th order. If he's stronger than you, doesn't that mean he's a 7th order master?" Yang Yingfeng stated, "Since a powerful enemy has come, there is no use worrying about it. That great demon god was so powerful back then, but he was still killed. I and your mother only hate that our strength is too low right now, so we can't help you much. You can go and face the enemy without worry. Your mother and I will take care of the star boundary." "Thank you, father." Yang Kai stood up. "Time is of the essence, so your son cannot serve you anymore. Please take care." Saying so, he knelt down and kowtowed. Dong Su-ju quickly helped him up and reminded him with tearful eyes, "Be careful." Yang Yingfeng coldly snorted, "If he hasn't left an heir for my Yang family, how could he dare to die? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Dong Su-ju glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fist. "Your son will take his leave now." With a surge of space principles, he disappeared from the spot. Dong Su-ju stretched out her hand and grabbed nothing but air. She felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, and it filled with melancholy. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared inside High Heaven Palace's main hall. Hua Qingxi was startled for a moment before she quickly stood up happily. Zuoquan Hui sat still, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings as they shone brightly. Astonishing, simply astonishing. All of them have just advanced to the 6th order. That star boundary really does carry great fortune with it. As the situation was quite tense, the others failed to pay much attention to the details, but Zuoquan Hui, on the other hand, could tell with a single glance that the 8 new 6th order auras were unstable, meaning all of them had just advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm recently. However, Zuoquan Hui didn't think that these people had advanced straight to the 6th order. After all, that would make them core disciples if they were placed in any of the cave heavens and paradises with such aptitude. How could there be so many genius-level talents in Voidland? The only explanation he could think of was the world fruit. Perhaps these people had advanced to the 5th order and consumed a mid-rank world fruit before reaching the 6th order. Suddenly, he remembered something. Rumor had it that Xianxia had achieved the 5th order open heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven. It was impossible for him to fake this in front of so many masters, but he had actually reached the 6th order open heaven realm when he participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Previously, Zuoquan Hui had been unable to understand what was going on, but now everything was clear to him, or so he thought. So it turns out that Xianxia consumed a world fruit a long time ago to raise his cultivation to the 6th order open heaven realm. Martial nephew Yin, according to your investigation, has the world tree in the star boundary borne fruits? Zuoquan Hui asked. Yin Exanjiao pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know. Although I used a soul-searching technique on that woman, the information I obtained was incomplete. I only know that there is a world tree in the star boundary. Zuoquan Hui gently nodded his understanding. If that's the case, then it must be true. The world tree has indeed borne fruits. I really didn't expect for such a miracle to occur in this remote backwater. In his opinion, since the world tree had already bloomed and borne fruits, the people of Voidland must have benefited from it. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for him to obtain a high-rank world fruit here. If he could obtain a high-rank world fruit, he would be able to instantly advance to the 8th order. At that time, he would be able to destroy Voidland with a flick of his finger. Even if he were to face off against the divine spirit Zhujiao Yin and Bai Shi, he would still have the strength to fight back. The temptation of a high-rank world fruit was incomparably great. Originally, he had been somewhat afraid that Zhujiao Yin would follow Xianxia here and ambush him, but now he couldn't care about that. No matter what, he was an elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He might be branded as a traitor by Thousand Crane Paradise now, but everyone knew what was going on behind the scenes. Zhujiao Yin might not even have the courage to kill him. Thinking along the lines, Zuoquan Hui made up his mind and changed his hand's seal. The next moment, the Heavenly Sword Palace let out a thrumming sound as it flew straight towards the star boundary, forcefully resisting the bombardment of the many open heaven realm masters in the void. Stop him! Xianxia shouted at the sight of this. The shockwaves from the battle between open heaven realm masters were too great, so if the Heavenly Sword Palace really rushed to the vicinity of the star boundary, Voidland would be forced to be in a passive situation. At that time, Voidland's hands would be tied while Heavenly Sword Union would be able to fight without fear. Stronger and more fearsome attacks rained down on the Heavenly Sword Palace from everywhere. He was Void Great Emperor, recognized by the star boundary's will, so it was not surprising for him to have such a connection. Xianxia had used this very connection to instantly return to the star boundary a month ago. At first, Xianxia had not paid much attention to it, But as the battle proceeded and he displayed his stalwart determination to protect the star boundary, the connection grew stronger and stronger. The connection became so strong that it was difficult for Xianxia to ignore now. He didn't know why, but for some reason he even felt a faint calling or expression of intent was about to surface from the mist. So, Zhu Jiuyin isn't here. Zuoquan Hui's calm voice suddenly came from Heavenly Sword Palace. Zuoquan Hui was always holed up inside the Heavenly Sword Palace when he was in Void territory and did not dare to show his face. Even though the Heavenly Sword Palace was situated right outside the territory gate, he was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin would suddenly appear and catch him off guard if he went outside. Even when he had come to this backwater great territory, he had always been on guard against hidden murderous intent even though he was tempted by the World Tree to take a risk. But even when the battle had reached this point, he hadn't sensed Zhu Jiuyin's aura at all. Seeing that the people from Voidland could no longer resist his advance, he finally understood that his fears were needless. The one person he was afraid of was not even here in the first place. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhu Jiuyin have been hiding all the while? Why hadn't she taken action yet? She was not going to take action after everyone from Voidland died, right? Realizing this, Zuoquan Hui couldn't help but become angry out of shame. He felt that his cautious actions had made him look like a coward. However, he was most pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without Zhu Jiuyin, how can you ants resist this monarch? This monarch will occupy the star boundary and then destroy all you weaklings. Although he had confirmed that Zhu Jiuyin was not here, he still had no intention of showing his face. He simply continued to activate the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace's grand array, throwing Voidland's masters into panic. Just as Xianxia feared, once Zuoquan Hui reached the star boundary, he would have everything under his control. Voidland's open heaven realm masters would definitely not dare to start a war in the star boundary, so at that time, everyone would be at his mercy. The only option was to end things in the void. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Palace shot straight towards the star boundary, as Zuoquan Hui no longer had any scruples. Over 1,000 open heaven realm masters of Voidland desperately tried to resist, but were still forced back. Suddenly, a glimmer of light cut through the fog as the feeling that Xianxia had been unable to understand for so long finally became clear like the rising sun. Martial Peak, Chapter 4595, Lend Me Your Strength. So that was how it is. I have actually neglected my greatest reliance, my greatest foundation. The world lives. Xianxia lowered his head and mumbled to himself in a low voice. The next moment he shouted as his long hair fell over his forehead, "You want the star boundary, but have you asked the star boundary's will?" Sitting in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui scoffed. When this monarch occupies that place, this monarch will become its will. Xianxia slowly shook his head. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Zuoquan Hui's face sank as he suddenly had a bad feeling. It was inexplicable, as if something terrible was about to happen. Xianxia grabbed his spear with one hand and suddenly formed a series of hand seals with the other, muttering in a low voice, "Heavens and earth, lend me your strength." Wung. The void trembled at that moment as everything came to a halt. In the next moment, the World Tree, which had reached the height of 100,000 meters, began to sway violently. Its giant canopy rustled as a beam of green light shot out from the star boundary and struck Xianxia. Xianxia remained still, but his aura, which had become incredibly weak due to overexhaustion, started rapidly rising, soaring upwards seemingly without limit. His turbulent small universe calmed, reaching a state of tranquility that he had never felt before. Furthermore, his small universe's foundation was also rapidly strengthening. A terrifying pressure erupted from Xianxia, spreading out in all directions, causing space itself to tremble. The open heaven realm masters of Heavenly Sword Union inside the Heavenly Sword Palace were dumbstruck at the sight of this. In the void, 1,000 open heaven realm masters of Voidland also wore looks of amazement. Yang Kai's aura rapidly reached a peak, one far higher than his original. Although he had yet to reach the 7th order, he was just a hair's breadth away from it now. The corner of Zuoquan Hui's eyes twitched as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Borrowing the world's strength, so that's how it is. Zhan Wu Hen's eyes flickered with realization. The great emperors also quickly understood what just happened. Yang Kai was borrowing the power of the star boundary. Any great emperor who was recognized by the will of his universe world could borrow its strength, but this time, Yang Kai was borrowing power far beyond their imagination. In general, there was a vast difference between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm. Any Open Heaven Realm master, even of the lowest order, could easily kill an Emperor Realm cultivator. But at certain times, in certain special circumstances, an Emperor Realm cultivator could display the strength comparable to a low-rank Open Heaven Realm master. Just like how the great emperors had fought against Great Demon God in the past. Great Demon God definitely had the strength of the Open Heaven Realm at that time, but in the end, he was killed by the combined forces of the Star Boundary's great emperors. The fundamental reason for this was that the great emperors had borrowed the world strength of the Star Boundary to display enough power to kill Great Demon God. Back then, when the Star Boundary had been nearly destroyed and the people had fallen into misery, the great emperors still had the strength to fight against Great Demon God by taking advantage of the Star Boundary's remaining strength. Now that the Star Boundary had received the World Tree's nourishment and its foundation had become many times stronger, the world strength Yang Kai could borrow from it was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, it was as if he had the support of the entire Star Boundary's world force. They were none other than the great emperors who had disappeared from the battlefield. They had never cultivated the Tao of space, so under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to travel millions of kilometers in an instant, but the Star Boundary was their homeland, and since Yang Kai was able to return from the territory gate with the help of the Star Boundary, it was naturally possible for them to do something similar. Traversing a few million kilometers was as easy as stepping through their front door for them. They were old friends who had known each other for over 10,000 years, so with just a glance at each other, all of them smiled and sat down cross-legged, opened their small universes, and poured their world force into the Star Boundary. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's assistance caused the entire Star Boundary to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming their return. In the void, Yang Kai's aura, which was slowly stabilizing, suddenly shot up again. Naturally, this was due to the support of the great emperors, carrying with it the hope of countless living beings in the Star Boundary. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was still unable to break through the shackles of the Sixth Order. Although he was now just half a step away from the Seventh Order, there was still a thin barrier blocking his path. If he could not break through this barrier, he would not be able to glimpse the broad horizons of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The Sixth Order was in the mid-rank, while the Seventh Order was the beginning of the high rank. The gap between them was simply too great. Just a little more. Just as Yang Kai thought he had reached his limit, another wave of energy suddenly surged through his body. This wave of energy came at just the right moment, shattering the already cracking shackles. Hong! An invisible shockwave burst out from Yang Kai as the prestige of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master filled the void. Atop the World Tree, two figures slowly descended. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he muttered, "Luckily, we were not too late." The other person stated, "What a pity, I thought that after advancing to the Sixth Order, I would be able to enjoy a good fight with old friends, but I didn't expect I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Iron Blood Great Emperor opened his eyes and gently smiled, "The two of you aren't good at fighting anyway, so it's best if you don't cause trouble." Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations looked at each other and had no choice but to agree. Fair enough. The two of them had been cultivating in Voidland all this time, attempting to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Just when they somehow broke through and were preparing to head to the territory gate to assist, He happened to bring Lan Sun to Voidland. When the two of them learned of the situation, they anxiously rushed to the star boundary, but they were still a step behind Heavenly Sword Union. By the time the two of them finally returned to the star boundary's great territory, Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland had already fought for a long time. When they finally caught up with the Heavenly Sword Palace and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, they happened to see Yang Kai borrowing the Star Boundary's world force and their old friends returning to the Star Boundary to support him. Seeing that Yang Kai was still only at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, just half a step away from breaking through to the Seventh Order, the two of them didn't hesitate to return to the Star Boundary. I wonder if Yang Boy has reached the Seventh Order yet? Wondrous Pill Great Emperor looked up into the void and muttered. Old dog, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. In the void, Yang Kai was in high spirits. Martial Peak, Chapter 4598, Territory Gate. Yang Kai's vitality was in turmoil as his small universe trembled. Zuoquan Hui's all-out counterattack was truly terrifying. Yang Kai didn't even see how Zuoquan Hui had managed to avoid his first spear strike. It could only be said that a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was truly beyond common sense. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yang Kai looked up again before his pupils shrank. Zuoquan Hui's figure stood straight as a sword in front of the giant black hole, and beside him were several other figures. They were Ziyen in Xen Zhao, and several other Sixth Order Masters. After repelling him, old dog Zuoquan Hui still had the strength to spare to save his trusted subordinates. At this moment, Ziyen and the others were still in a state of shock. They had expended a great deal of their strength during their respective battles. Furthermore, they had been trapped by Luan Baifeng's array plates. If Zuoquan Hui hadn't broken the arrays and rescued them, they would have died here, their remains scattered across the void. Now that they were standing beside Zuoquan Hui, they finally felt a sense of security. When they looked around, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Heavenly Sword Palace had long since been destroyed, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union had suffered countless casualties. Although there were still over 100 people left who were tenaciously holding on, it was only a matter of time before they would be defeated and killed. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch's lips trembled violently as his face turned ashen. Heavenly Sword Union was done for. Heavenly Sword Union, which had been gloriously standing for countless generations, was completely destroyed after this battle. Dan Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Although he was resentful over the fact that Zuoquan Hui had dragged Heavenly Sword Union into this mess, he didn't dare say anything. For better or worse, he and Huang Mao had been saved by Zuoquan Hui, so as long as they could escape with their lives this time, with their Sixth Order cultivation, they might still have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Honored Master. Ziyen suddenly looked towards Zuoquan Hui's waist with a look of horror on his face. Much to her shock and dismay, there was a bloody hole in Zuoquan Hui's body which was surrounded by raging golden crow's true fire. Master was actually injured? Ziyen couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai had injured her honored master the last time they fought in Void territory, but that was because Zuoquan Hui had been too careless, and Yang Kai had joined forces with two other Sixth Order Masters. The situation was much different compared to now when he was injured in a one-on-one fight. It was shocking to think Yang Kai was actually this strong. Zuoquan Hui didn't seem to have heard Ziyan's concern as he simply stared indifferently at Yang Kai from a few thousands of kilometers away. Yang Kai was also looking at him, his gaze slowly shifting down to the bloody wound as a big grin appeared on his face. It turned out Zuoquan Hui did not come out completely unscathed from their last clash. Just now, Zuoquan Hui had used some kind of unknown technique to avoid his fearsome strike, while simultaneously repelling him and rescuing Ziyan and the others. Yang Kai thought that there was still a big gap between him and Zuoquan Hui, but by the looks of it, Zuoquan Hui had paid a great price to achieve this. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to kill Zuoquan Hui with that blow, if he could seriously injure him, he was not that far from killing him. Raising his Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai looked at Zuoquan Hui with a defiant expression on his face. Not far away, Ziyan, who was recovering, opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she indifferently stated, "If you don't want to die, just lie there." I actually failed to kill him. This guy is quite tenacious. Lu Baiyang coughed violently again, spitting out pieces of his internal organs before lowering his head and mumbling in a low voice, "This is Blue Cloud's continent. I, Lu Baiyang, am the strongest master of the Blue Cloud's continent. Everyone in the world knows that even if the sky collapses, someone will always appear to hold it up. If I, Lu Baiyang, don't stand now that it is collapsing, who will?" He stated his inner thoughts word by word, taking a step with each one he spoke, leaving behind clear bloody footprints. After a few steps, his dispirited face slowly brightened as his hunched back straightened. The world hummed. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Lu Baiyang stopped in his tracks. He felt as if something had appeared in his body. The grand Tao that had always eluded him, like it was covered in a layer of fog even after having been in a retreat for so many years, suddenly became as bright as day at this moment as a seal appeared in his body. A steady stream of energy was flowing out from the seal, causing Lu Baiyang to feel as if he possessed the same power as the heavens and the earth, and that he was able to control this omnipresent might of the world. "Oh, you obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor, allowing you to form a Tao seal?" Yin Xianxia looked towards Lu Baiyang with interest. Red Sun Heavenly Monarch indifferently stated, "This world is sentient, it doesn't want to be destroyed. So naturally, it will strive to find a chance to survive, but unfortunately." So, what if Lu Baiyang had become a great emperor? In front of several Sixth Order and a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was still nothing more than an ant. If he had found such a genius in the past, Dan Yang might have been interested in taking him under his wing and meticulously nurturing him. However, after the battle with Voidland, Heavenly Sword Union had almost been wiped out, with only him and Huang Mao surviving until now. There would be no Heavenly Sword Union in the future. Dan Yang even didn't have the heart to take in disciples and teach them at this point. While Lu Baiyang was still in a daze, Ziyan had already lifted her hand. The next moment, she sent a burst of energy towards Lu Baiyang's heart with a flick of her wrist. In the moment of crisis, Lu Baiyang instinctively dodged to the side, borrowing the might of the world to instantly teleport to another location, but the energy followed after him like it was alive. This time, Lu Baiyang was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced through, causing a fountain of blood to spurt. Lu Baiyang was shocked and fell into despair. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to fight against these invaders after his strength had greatly increased. He would be able to take a few of them down along with him even if he lost his life. However, he now finally realized that the gap between him and these people was simply too great. The woman had heavily injured him with a flick of her wrist, so it would obviously be a simple matter for her to kill him. Lu Baiyang looked up in anger and roared, grounding his teeth, "You will surely suffer the heaven's judgment for committing such vile acts. The trillions of dead souls of my Blue Clouds continent will haunt you day and night. We will not let you rest in peace." Hearing this, Xianxia sneered, "Haunt us? The heaven's judgment? Ignorant fool." Mid-speech, Xianxia looked up and a look of fear appeared on his face as he shouted, "How did they find us?" The pressure felt like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, sweeping away the world as it passed. They were feigning weakness. In an instant, Pei Wenxian understood everything. No wonder they didn't attack just after they arrived and deliberately used their pressure to suppress us instead. They wanted to distract us so that Zuoquan Hui would have no choice but to exert his pressure to resist, allowing Mo Sheng to launch a sneak attack. Once Zuoquan Hui fell into this trap and used his pressure to counterattack, he could not stop. Their every step was meticulous and carefully planned. Those from Voidland were too cunning. Pei Wenxian also finally understood how those from Voidland had found them so quickly. This great territory was vast, and they had not left any trail behind on their way here. Furthermore, it was just a coincidence that they found this continent. However, those from Voidland had arrived here less than half a day later. It was simply too quick. Since Mo Sheng was a traitor though, it was naturally not difficult for him to secretly leave behind some clues. Mo Sheng was a myriad demon's heaven disciple like him, so after Zuoquan Hui was ambushed, one did not need to be a genius to understand why he was showing such murderous intent towards him. However, Pei Wenxian couldn't come up with anything to prove his innocence. He had no intention of betraying Zuoquan Hui, but he had been implicated by Mo Sheng. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why Mo Sheng had betrayed Zuoquan Hui and when he had teamed up with Yang Kai. Now, after he gave it another thought though, he found Mo Sheng's breakthrough to the Sixth Order extremely suspicious. However, when Mo Sheng had rushed over, no one had the time to look deeper into this matter. In addition, he was also a myriad demon's heaven disciple, so asking too much would inevitably cause the other party to feel some displeasure, which could lead to a conflict they couldn't afford right now. In their situation, even one more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master meant better chances of survival. At this moment, none of them had the time to think about these things. Everyone, including Zuoquan Hui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, buckled under the fearsome wave of pressure. Their energy was sent into turmoil as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Kill!" Yang Kai angrily roared as he raised his spear. Immediately after, the 22 people on his side, who had been suppressing their auras since they appeared, rushed down like a tiger hunting its prey as they each went looking for their opponent. Iron Blood Great Emperor and Bustling World Great Emperor headed straight towards Pei Wenxian together. Martial Beast and Serene Soul charged straight at Xianxia. Flower Shadow and Ice Feather attacked Dan Yang together. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelation fought Huang Mao together. Fang Yu and Xiang Ying were thus left with no choice but to go after Ziyan. As men, they really did not want to gang up on a lone woman, but since everyone had already decided on this strategy, they had no choice but to accept it. The 8 great emperors, as well as Fang Yu and Xiang Ying, were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced in recent years. Their foundations were shallow and could not compare with veteran Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs like Dan Yang and Huang Mao, or even Ziyan, Pei Wenxian, and Yin Exan Zhao. In a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not their opponent. But 2 against 1 was naturally not a problem. They were also in desperate need of a fierce battle to consolidate their cultivations and adapt to the battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the Star Boundaries' Great Territory, the Great Emperors had not had a chance to act because they had all gone to the Star Boundary to support Yang Kai. He vaguely guessed that someone else must have pulled Zuoquan Hui's attention, saving his life. Without delaying for even a single moment, he promptly pushed his strength to the limit and destroyed everything around him. Since Yang Kai could figure out that this was Zuoquan Hui's small universe, naturally everyone else understood this as well, especially the veteran Sixth Order Masters like Huigu. Even if they had never fought with a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, they had at least heard of their unique methods and could match them with their current situation. Similar to the Huigu, Luan Baifeng's figure kept moving like a nimble snake. She never stopped at one place to avoid being targeted by Zuoquan Hui. She was holding a bunch of array plates in her hand and was continuously throwing them out. These array plates would form killing arrays one after another after they were activated, wantonly destroying everything around them. She had used up all of the array plates she had amassed over nearly 1,000 years in no time, causing her a great deal of heartache. Ever since her name had been put on Yang Kai's loyalty list, the array plates she had amassed were being rapidly consumed one after another. Previously, she had used up many array plates to set up a number of illusion arrays and bewildering arrays in the Star Boundaries' Great Territory. Now, she had expended most of her killing array plates. The wealth she had gathered over these years was all gone. She secretly made up her mind that after this was all over, she would make Yang Kai compensate her 10 times or even 100 times over. Mao Zhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Shu Mudan, Qin Kuei, Su Yingshui, Mo Mei, and Yu He were all separated, but each of them was simultaneously launching their strongest attacks. Zuoquan Hui's small universe instantly became unstable as his world force churned. Even with his Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he still ran himself haggard, dealing with everyone. One figure in particular, clad in demon chi, stood atop a tall mountain. After entering this small universe, Wu Kuang's eyes lit up as he sensed everything around him. The surroundings were filled with extremely rich world force. It was like a mouth-watering feast was spread before him, exuding a delicious scent. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies? Your cultivation has already fallen to the sixth order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life even if you survive, so why not just die? When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zuoquan Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zuoquan Hui's cultivation had fallen to the sixth order open heaven realm and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this seventh order open heaven realm master. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding? If Zuoquan Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the sixth order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zuoquan Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3,000 worlds. You flatter me. Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it. Zuoquan Hui sighed. After I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right? Yang Kai raised his chin. Don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible. Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zuoquan Hui nodded. It's up to you. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's. Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed. You've got quite a vivid imagination. Zuoquan Hui smiled at him. There will come a day when you will understand. Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use? Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. Please enlighten me. Zuoquan Hui replied, because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this. The next moment, Zuoquan Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked. Zuoquan Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Zuoquan Hui had fallen to the sixth order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Zuoquan Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing. Boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it. While he was laughing, Zuoquan Hui's head drooped down as he died. An inner sect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed, why can't this old dog just die peacefully? Yang Kai's figure shook and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Zuoquan Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 4608, Beg for Death or Beg for Mercy. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wu Kuang activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death. So, although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wu Kuang finished in less than an hour. Yang Kai felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Zuoquan Hui in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 Sixth Order Masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation, and coupled with Wu Kuang's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from the star boundary, Yang Kai had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Zuoquan Hui, a 7th Order Master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Zuoquan Hui's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Voidland side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Yin Xen Zhao, Ziyen, and the others be their opponents? When Yang Kai withdrew his small universe and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Yin Xen Zhao and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the 6th Order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the great emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Yang Kai appear with other 6th Order Masters, the great emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Zuoquan Hui was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Yin Xen Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yang Kai give them this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Yang Kai took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time, and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo Mei stood behind him like guards.